Mr. Mayor, starting on slide 2, some discussion topics for today. We've got some brief introduction and authorization of our project. We're going to talk about some specific objectives, as I kind of highlighted there a second ago, as it relates to your utility systems. We're going to talk about our study considerations in the framework. You know, we have home rule, and so within home rule, we can be a little sensitive in terms of how we assign and set those user rates. We certainly want to be fair and equitable, right? We can't be arbitrary. And so we have a set of covenants, required covenants, and best industry standards that we're going to talk about today that will go into the formation of what those rate plans look like. Part of that's outlined in our scope of work and the expectations that we want to set for the city. And then, of course, we're going to conclude with an open discussion from City Council.
Okay.
On slide 3, again, 4 utility systems: water, wastewater, stormwater, and sanitation. And within the state of Florida, most of these enterprises are managed through local government or a nonprofit district or even an authority. Within the state, you know, some of these are private organizations that are companies, and they're regulated by the Public Service Commission, where your utility system is obviously operated and run by the City Council. We have financial management reporting standards, and again, the utility rates themselves are designed to recover the annual operating costs and commitments on an annual basis. So some of the responsibilities as outlined on slide 4, again, the City Council helps make decisions about what the utility policies are going to be, financial planning, and the establishment of utility rates and charges. In putting those efforts into place, some of the requirements are to maintain service reliability and protect the public health and safety, meet regulatory requirements, make sure that we have adequate water and wastewater, sanitation, and stormwater capacity in place in advance of new growth, new customers coming to the community. And lastly, you know, the city's always progressing and investing in new technologies. So some of the background on slide 5, you know, again, experience with the city. So I've worked with the city since 2007. You know, it was almost 10 years before the city asked us to actually do a utility rate study. Mr. Van Zyl was your finance director at the time, and a lot of that analysis was performed internally by staff to evaluate the adequacy of your water and wastewater rates, and certainly as it related to your other systems. I'm reminded that your water utility system did not have a rate increase for 15 years. So from 2002 to 2017, the water rates were not adjusted for a 15-year period. Now, the wastewater rates did have an index provision, and they were modestly increased slightly during that period. So our firm was hired in 2017 to conduct the first combined water, wastewater, sanitation, and stormwater rate study. As you might expect, we made a finding of significant increases for those utility rates and structures. It took almost 2 years to complete that study. The direction from the city leadership at that time and City Council to Mr. Van Zyl as well as Mr. Kinsler at the time was to modify the capital planning elements, to delay capital improvements as long as possible, to defer capital maintenance within the program. And so that's some of the elements that went into that 2017 rate study. That study concluded with another annual index provision. And that carried us through to our most recent study back in 2022 and 2023, where Mr. Brunson came and he asked our firm to conduct specifically a water and wastewater rate study. And so that was just a few years ago. As you might imagine, when we started that study, because of all the deferment of the capital planning elements, capital maintenance, and now we were constructing an expansion for a wastewater plant, we had significant increases. And the City Council heard the facts of that case, and the City Council adopted a rate path for a 5-year period, which includes all fiscal years up through and including fiscal year 2027. And those rates were implemented by the City Council in part to support the issuance of the 2024 bonds. roughly $28 million in new bonds to help facilitate the wastewater plant expansion. It's important to point out that the city had also updated its utility and municipal impact fees. As it relates to utility impact fees, the city passed on the proportionate share of those costs to new development, which paid the charges, and the city collected over $20 million in wastewater impact fees to apply towards that new plant. So those bonds, instead of issuing almost $50 million in bonds, the city was able to issue $28 million, which provided a significant savings to the city's ratepayers. So that's just a little bit of history here. Sorry for spending so much time on slide 5, but I think that legacy is pretty important.
Are we to reserve
yes,
questions
ma'am,
to the
please.
end, or do we ask questions as it goes along?
Well, I mean, if
What do we want to do? Do it at the end. Okay.
Under slide 6, again, our authorization. City approached our firm and asked us to update the revenue sufficiency studies, this time to incorporate stormwater and sanitation as well. While we typically provide a 5-year financial forecast where the city council will have some options. You could adopt 1 year at a time, 2, 3 years at a time, or up to 5 years. But in our conversations with city staff, there's some capital planning elements that are long-lived. These projects are going to be executed more than a 5-year planning horizon. And so we're setting up our financial tools and our financial models to provide a 10-year outlook. So definitely a long-range plan, although I don't anticipate coming to the city council to entertain adopting a rate path for that 10-year period. So again, this will be a planning process that we anticipate the city will come back and update. As it relates to our project schedule, again, this is preliminary based on our conversations with city staff. Our project is underway. We've issued initial data requests. City staff has responded to those information needs. My project team is currently going through all the data information, and we're starting to update our financial tools. We anticipate meeting internally with city staff to review some preliminary results about the first week of April. Again, to make sure that we've heard things well today, that we continue to hear things well into the future, and that we've adequately captured what those needs are going to be. We'll develop some alternatives by the end of April in order to present a workshop with the city council sometime in May. Now, the process beyond the city council workshop, again, depending on the feedback that we get in the springtime, is certainly as you all are going through your budget process, the following project schedules a little bit to be determined. What I would highlight is I think within the city, do we adopt the fees based on resolution or by ordinance? Does the city attorney know offhand?
Usually resolution.
Resolution, okay. So the resolution requires 1 reading, not 2, which is an important fact. But there will be a noticing requirement. Anytime we adjust water, wastewater, sanitation, and stormwater rates, we're going to need to notice that typically through the utility billing process. So there's at least like a 30-day lead time before we make those notice requirements. So again, I just want to inform the city council that that's part of the requirements. On slide 7, just some, again, quick meeting objectives. First and foremost, I wanted to introduce myself to you and our project team. So I'm serving as the project director. We have a project manager that's helping me supervise the 3 individual projects. We look at water and wastewater as a combined enterprise fund, even though I know y'all manage them on an individual basis by utility. And then we have several key staff members that are within those projects. We're all located in the same office in Maitland, Florida. So we haven't farmed the work out to subconsultants. We haven't farmed the work out to other offices around the country. So it's specifically local to y'all. I want to discuss some of our project scope and tasks, provide an understanding of what the process may look like, and certainly to engage this city council to provide some feedback. So understanding the business process, and again, this is kind of a widget is a widget, right? It's universal conversation. Now, when we get into the individual utility systems, they are unique, right? Certainly for water and wastewater, the capital planning elements are significantly greater than sanitation. Not to fail to mention, though, that I do think sanitation is considering some type of transfer station. which would be certainly an investment on behalf of the city. And then stormwater is very unique. You know, stormwater gets forgotten a lot of times, right? You know, it's focused on the operating expenses, cleaning out those retention areas, those kinds of things, but we forget about the capital planning elements that have to be replaced. Primary cost drivers, again, you know, asset condition. Your staff is constantly going through trying to evaluate, you know, where weaknesses are within all of those utility systems. Again, first and foremost, protecting public health and safety and making sure we have reliable service. There are regulatory standards and governments over all of these utility systems. Again, there's a lot of that's home rule. We've got financial policies, rate covenants as it relates to the contracts that we enter into. And specifically, I'm talking about loan agreements or the bond resolution, if you want to think of it like that. We've got management and financial planning. You know, we've got to allow for cost increases. We've got to allow for incremental operating costs when we add new capacity. And then internally, we have policies as it relates to internal fund transfers, right? As we may transfer monies from our enterprise funds to help fund different aspects within our community. On slide 10, you know, I've highlighted here regulatory compliance and governance. Quite frankly, it's only the last 3 or 4 bullets that really applies to your utilities because, again, you do have home rule. Certainly, you're governed by the city council, and then lastly, the bondholders. They're a heavy influence on your certainly your water and wastewater system. You may have advisory boards. You may have a finance committee. I can't remember offhand if you all have those agencies in place. And in some of my clients' jurisdictions, they also have advisory groups. So typically, those are the 4 key stakeholders that are helping to affect the outcomes of various rate study strategies. On slide 11, we talk about asset condition and reliability. And so, again, these utilities are capital intensive. The city's having to invest in these types of infrastructure, again, in advance of new growth. You know, they typically do that through the form of issuing debt and or collecting impact fees in order to help fund a portion of that. With the water and wastewater and stormwater system, there's a lot of infrastructure that's underground, it's unseen. I love little round tables like this where Mr. Bronson's city staff can bring in some of those pieces y'all dig out of the ground and say, when we say we're replacing this line infrastructure, this is what we're talking about. You can set them in a U-shaped table where people can examine exactly what you're talking about. Within Florida, there's a lot of competition for grant revenues and other external funding sources. One of the wins here that I've heard about recently is that city staff believes that they've secured basically a 50% grant as it relates to a state revolving fund loan that city staff plans to pursue. So up to 50% would be forgiven. That's a great win for your community. There's not a lot of opportunities that are out there. As it relates to the ability to fund expansion-related improvements, you know, unlike private sector businesses, you know, a public utility has limited access to revenue sources. Utilities primarily fund expansion and upgrades through the issuance of debt, like your Series 2024 bonds. Contributed facilities and properties, that's oftentimes the infrastructure that developers construct for the benefit of the homes that they're constructing or the small businesses, and then that's contributed to the city. And then in the form of capital charges, like your utility impact fees. You know, these are all ways that the city's utility systems fund those expansion-related costs. As I pointed out to you, and it's a fact, you know, the city did reduce the total borrowing from the Series 2024 bonds. Now, a lot of that happened behind the scenes. A lot of that were the scenarios that we were working through with your city staff in order to help affect what that financial plan was going to be. Not only did we work with your city staff here, but we also worked with the city's municipal financial advisor. And we had conversations with your bond counsel and your disclosure counsel. So anytime the city goes out to issue debt, they have a comprehensive financial team that's typically led by the municipal financial advisor, and we played a role in that process. Your rate study report supported the issuance of those bonds and the repayment of it. Now, when I state here that use of the impact fees help reduce rates, your wastewater rates with the absence of the impact fees that the city collected and applied to that sewer plant expansion, your wastewater rates would be 16% higher today had we not had those revenue sources to offset that bond issue. So again, there's a lot of things that happens ahead of the customer actually receiving the utility bill, but it is a fact that the utility rates are lower than what they otherwise would have been. Slide 13, again, focuses back on financial planning. And, financial planning is ongoing. I'm sure here at the city, y'all have a lot of discussions about strategic planning. I've mentioned it a couple times, rate covenant compliance. So again, in those lending agreements and those bond covenants, there's a section on flow of funds. It actually tells the city what they can do with money. You have to do this first, second, third, fourth. The first thing you do is you pay your operating expenses. The second thing you do is pay the bondholders. Then you get to do other things. So that's part of the rate covenant. That's the flow of funds. Now, within that rate covenant, one of the requirements is what we call the covenant compliance test, the cash flow test. So you have to have a certain amount of revenues after the payment of that operating expenses to stand for the debt. So this is your credit test. And so the bond resolution speaks to that. So this is one of the three criteria that we typically use in order to evaluate what the sufficiency rates are going to be. Those three criteria are annual cash flow, right? We can't reuse reserves forever to balance the budget. At some point, we at least have to have a break-even cash flow. We need to maintain adequate reserves, so we have reserve fund policies. I know y'all are having discussions about that right now. So we have reserve fund policies in order to make sure that we have adequate cash on hand in order to meet the needs of the utility systems. And then lastly, we have that covenant compliance test. So those are the three key areas where we get to negotiate a little bit about what the overall revenue sufficiency and the rate path is going to be. Again, we can't be arbitrary, but we follow these standards. Industry laws and rules, and again, financial management goals as established by the city. On slide 14, I think I really kind of touched on this here just a second ago. Again, it's speaking to the responsibility of the covenants, also providing revenue stability and creditworthiness of your utility system. And, I don't want to fail to mention, we got to put on our customer hat and think about the customer on the other side of the equation, right? Some things get out of alignment. That doesn't happen overnight. It happens over a long extended period. I'm not picking, but there was 15 years where we didn't have any type of index on those water rates. Then we made a decision to defer certain capital planning elements within our utility system, and we had some fairly sizable water rate adjustments in the first 3 years of the 5-year rate path because of that. That was an outcome of those choices. I'd like to avoid double-digit increases anytime I have the opportunity. This is one of the reasons Mr. Bronson brought us in again. It's this recurring planning cycle that we need to get in the habit of doing every 2 to 3 years so that we can manage that plan and better manage the outcome for our customers. So again, customer hat, we want to take a longer-term approach in order to adjusting rates. That's why I think that 10-year forecast period, Mr. Mayor, is going to be informative to your staff. We're not going to ask you to make a decision to last 10 years, but I think it'll be helpful to see what the vision looks like. Revenue sufficiency. So this is slide 16, and again, I do think some of this is kind of common sense, so I apologize, and I'm glad y'all are indulging me. Why complete the financial plan? It certainly tells you where you've been and where you might be going. It helps you align your financial strategy with your organizational goals and policies. I think that's largely what y'all may want to talk to me about today. Ensures the adequacy of cash flows, and it certainly as it relates to the operating and capital elements of your utility systems. It helps to minimize rate and fee fluctuations. Again, that's what I was speaking to. If we more on a regularly basis invest in these types of studies, whether it's every 2 years, 3 years, or whatever that cadence might look like for the city, I think that's a betterment for the community. And then lastly, transparency and accountability to all of our stakeholders. Some of the key inputs into the financial planning elements, you know, it's an enterprise fund. You know, each one of these is operated separate and independently of one another. We're not going to use sanitation rates. We're not going to commingle that with the stormwater system and let one system subsidize another. So all of these enterprise funds, while I'm talking about them collectively, they stand alone, and the ratepayers stand alone in that. But they are managed and operated much like a business. And so all of the attributes that you would think about for a local business, for those of you that may be business owners or certainly employees of businesses, it operates very similarly. We're going to focus on customer and sales growth, new developments that are joining the community, what that means for your community. Mr. Bronson's going to provide us capital planning elements that tells us what existing infrastructure needs to be replaced and maintained, and also what new additions need to be put in place in order to help meet the needs of those new customers joining the system. Operating expenses. Staff has given me information right now. There's been significant increases in operating expenses, certainly since the COVID era, you know, where costs have increased 20, 30, 40%. On the capital side, just as much, if not more. It really just depends on what segment of cost we're talking about. But even today, staff was sharing with us information that they're collecting right now that's going to help form the basis of their 2027 budget and outcomes of our rate plan. So inflation continues to be a key factor in all of these studies that we're doing, not just for the city of Clermont, but for all of our clients. Capital planning element, and then lastly, financial policies, again, centered around the debt covenants and any types of reserve requirements. So lastly, on the slide that I have today, on slide 18, again, this is kind of our rate study process. So we're currently in the process of identifying all those financial goals, pricing objectives, and study concerns. I think that's one of the importance, Mr. Mayor, of this meeting today, to get some of that input before we get too far along in our project. We're going to examine the revenue requirements. Fancy term, revenue requirements is basically your annual budget expenditures. Of course, we're planning that over an extended period of time, so it's operating expenses, principal and interest payments on your debt. Capital maintenance, this is the renewal and replacement of your facilities that are funded from user rates, fees, and charges. And then we have other internal transfers that we make within your utility systems. We're going to evaluate other sources of income, whether it be principal debt forgiveness or other types of grants. Certainly impact fee revenues are a great consideration in talking about your utility system. We're going to look at cost recovery alternatives, and we're going to host a workshop ultimately with the city council to get buy-in and feedback, and then ultimately a public hearing in order to affect those rate resolutions. And with that, Mr. Mayor, that concludes my presentation, and I'd like to open this up to some comment and discussion.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Can you explain and help me better understand, as what I heard you say is that in 2017 we did a study, we put together a plan, and by 2022 we realized we were $50 million short of a plant that we needed, and we needed to take out a bond that wasn't anticipated. And that feels like a short period of time. So either my facts are unclear or wrong or erroneous, or something else went sideways. And if you could help me understand what happened there from 2017 to 2022, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, I'll do the best that I can. Now, so in 2017, I don't recall at that time that the expansion of the wastewater plant was being considered at that time. I can understand how 5 years can seem like a short period of time to have some change. I've been associated with the city of Clermont for years. Mm-hmm. This community has grown exceptionally. You know, the time in which a utility system goes through those levels of capacity can be short. I think Mr. Brunson can help me here. There's a certain level of planning. Once you get to a certain level of utilization within a wastewater system particularly, because that's your question, that's kind of a jump-off point. And then they have to go and they have to start doing a certain level of planning to meet that next capacity addition. So I don't think the wastewater plant was a consideration in the 2017 study. I do know, most of these projects take 90 to 120 days to complete. I think I said on the record it took 2 years. It took 2 years. There was a reason for that, trying to get consensus about what the capital planning element should be. And ultimately, again, and I'm assuming that the city's engineers were able to support this at least for a period of time. My understanding is they were instructed to delay those capital projects as long as possible. Most of this was capital maintenance, to the point that they just couldn't extend it anymore. And so by the time we got to 2023, the utility systems, it wasn't like, oh, in 2024 we need a rate increase. We were going through reserves so fast, we had to react to that. We also had the need to issue bonds, so we needed to correct our credit in order to do that. And so that's what ultimately resulted in those steep increases.
So I'm hearing failure to plan for 10 to 15 years out. Is that not, I'm asking for clarification.
Well,
I
let
mean,
me
I don't know
ask.
why that's the reaction.
Let me have Mr. Stoney and Mr. Brunson answer that, because there was a lot of other factors, as he was saying. A lot of other factors went in there, actually, when I stepped in 2020, that we had to consider. And one of them is a requirement at 85%, but I think Mr. Brunson can explain all that a little bit better than I can, so that we call that.
Ms. Strange, I think you're asking if the impact fees, why didn't they pay for the plan itself, is where you're going with that?
Yeah, what?
So I can't speak for past administrations where the impact fees were spent, but when me and Mr. Vandermeer and Mr. Griffin come in to this area, we saw the growth rates that are happening in our wastewater plant. So like the mayor said, is when we hit to a threshold, we gotta start planning.
Yep.
And that's what we did.
Yeah.
So we knew we were gonna have to build it, and it fell right in line with the plan on our side. So when we started planning, we had to have it done by that number, it was done. But I don't know, from a planning standpoint back then, if the impact fees that were collected, I don't know how often they were done, if that money was put aside for the wastewater plant, if that's what you're asking. I can't answer that question.
I will say, by fact, the city did accumulate wastewater impact fees, which is unique. I have very few clients that are in a position to accumulate impact fees the way that the city of Clermont did, to the tune of $20 million that funded almost half of that wastewater treatment plant up front. I don't have clients that can do that. That is a rare exception here for the city of Clermont. And again, it helped to keep those rates low.
Well, and my fear is, because as an outsider looking in, as a business owner looking at kind of government operations, not just in Clermont, but at lots of government operations, I do see a general sense of fear of planning for the future and anticipating. One, capital maintenance is frequently something that's an unpopular thing for, the public doesn't want to pay for it, and the politicians don't want to say this is something we have to do. And then planning for the future and really anticipating it. And my fear with water and sewer, and first of all, I bring up 2017 because it's a great example of something that did not go well in that 5-year period, and that's an opportunity for us to learn so that we don't do it again. So that's why I bring it up. There's no finger pointing in my asking the question. It's just to say, it felt as the public like we were caught off guard, that all of a sudden we have to raise our fees. And to me, to be able to say, like, just in the business world, I'm known for communicating to government, 5 years from now, you're going to have a $5 million expense, and nothing happens. And it's like, well, I told you 5 years ago that we were going to be here today, and now you're surprised that there's a $5 million expense. So I see that in kind of government operations, because it becomes political instead of being business-minded. I see Mr. Brunson and his team doing a really good job of articulating, this is where we're anticipating growth. And so I think when we talk about this, there's two different pieces. One is what I would call the art of the business, which is what Mr. Brunson and his team does. How do you handle water? How do you handle sewer? And I will say too, for council, I fear what I'm hearing out of Tallahassee in the conversation, don't take offense, in the conversation around cutting property taxes, that we're going to protect police, but we're not focusing first and foremost on protecting water and sewer. And I want to make it very clear that, in my opinion, is the number one most important function of government. If we don't have healthy water and sewer, we are a third world country and people are sick. So this is very important. It's also one of our largest funds and one of our biggest operations. You have what, 200 employees, Tony? How many do you have?
162.
162. I rounded up. Okay. So, you know, it's one of our largest departments. And if we go wrong in this conversation, it costs a great deal of millions of dollars. And it has that reaction that our public received in 22, 23. And so it's very important to me. This is a very important meeting, and I'm grateful that you're here, and I'm grateful that you're part of the team. And I appreciate your almost 20 years of experience with the city, because you get the benefit of hindsight and counsel. So there's the art, the planning, and then there's the financial side of all the things that you talked about. And I believe that if we have our vision of what the art should look like, then when opportunities for grants come along, like staff has done, Stony, that's amazing. I was so thrilled to hear that we have the opportunity to apply for that grant. But because we know what we're going after, we can find funding in other sources. So I'll stop talking after this to say that the public generally, I think, has a desire to reduce the cost of utilities. My approach to that would be, one, education. What are they really paying for? Are we really paying for water, or are we paying for irrigation, or are we paying for capital? I think that we can do a better job of breaking down for the public what it is those utilities are in fact paying for. My perception and impression is that they're paying for capital. And I also think that we have some costs of irrigation that are driving up the overall cost of water. We do have the New Yard pattern book for residential property now, which would reduce the need for irrigation. I would be happy to explore a different rate for irrigation services versus potable water. I think water coming from your tap is necessary for life. I think a green yard is a choice, and a luxury. So those are things that I would be willing to explore, but I think transparency to the public of what we're paying for. We might find that our water rates aren't actually as high as people perceive them to be, if we could break out what it is we're actually paying for, and then having Stoney and his team have a clear vision for the future, so we know what we need to build and what the impact fees should be for developers moving forward. And I would say we should be looking 10 to 15 years out for those big decisions. So that's my starting point on this one.
Okay, I'm not gonna say it was poor planning on previous administrations and everything. I think they looked at it, and one of the things that hit me when I first came in 2020 was the need to expand now wastewater treatment and everything, and the rates and everything was talking about being adjusted at the time. And of course, I didn't understand why at the time we didn't have the funds available, but I think I was told the original cost estimate at the time was gonna be about 23 million, was it?
That sounds about right.
About 23 million, which they anticipated having. However, in 2020, during that time, COVID hit and everything, you know, of course, by the time we came out of COVID and we hit that 80% threshold where we had to do something, costs and everything went up so high. And of course, with your rate increase, I thought everybody was, I think previous administration felt like they had the funds available when COVID came along, and cost of everything pretty much doubled. That's when we started running into a little bit of trouble. We ended up had to look at doing bonding, because the project that went from it was guesstimating when I came in anyway, telling me it was 23, we jumped to 48 million. Okay, that was more than double. And we was 2 years behind getting started.
Well, to begin with,
Yeah.
the rates, the growth rates were sped up.
Yeah.
So that means we had to speed up.
Right, I think so. So, it was a lot of different factors in there, but I do think the FEMA administration was kind of looking at things. I don't think they anticipated some of the growth rates. They didn't anticipate COVID and all that hitting as well. So, we got caught up in all that, but.
And I think part of that is now that we've got Mr. Hamilton and Ralph Tellis here doing this, you know, it'll be the goal to get this done every 3 to 5 years. So we're
Right.
keeping pace with everything, along with currently we've started our master planning for our utilities. So these two will go hand in hand, because there's a capital element in the master plan that says, hey, you're going to have to do this to keep up. you know, whether it be a new line here, a new plant here, that's what we're looking at. And just remember, our facility is built to go out to 9 million gallons a day. So as we start filling in, we're gonna have to be thinking about that in the near future for the next expansion, if the growth rate stay what they are happening now.
When do we anticipate?
10 years.
10 years, okay, we good. Well, 10 years will be here before you know it.
That's right.
I can't believe we're already here already. Anyone else has any question? Yes, sir.
Mr. Runson, you just mentioned 10 years. Is that with the current developments that have been approved to be annexed into the city? Or what date is that 10-year projection based on?
Well, you're looking at the annexations that are down south that's happening right now. They don't affect us because they're not in our utility. So that you take that out. We're just planning on the fill-in areas that we have now, currently. That's what we're looking at.
So that date is in the past in terms of when that 10-year mark is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Hamilton, thank you for the presentation. Did I hear it? I love a good Maslow hierarchy, and it's triangle here for the rate study process. And I understand we're in that identifiable area of step one. When we get to that evaluation source of income, you talk about grants and impact fees and debt forgiveness and so forth. Will you be educating us and researching in those areas what debt service might be either forgiven or on the horizon of being forgiven? What is our ability to increase and raise additional revenues through impact fees? And also what grant opportunities might exist out there? Is that a part of the study?
Mr. Councilman, no, it's not. And I appreciate you bringing that up. So one, the analysis that we're doing is really a revenue sufficiency study. Do we have enough revenues in order to meet our needs? So it also is not an operational study, right? This isn't an efficiency study that we're conducting to determine if operations is putting the right plant in place, putting the right infrastructure in place. Those activities have already taken place through that master planning element. As it relates to other revenue sources, while there are firms out there that do perform those types of engineering, typically engineering services, they may help you pursue those types of resources. That's not a component of my study.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Anyone else?
Yeah, just a quick question. I understand impact fees are it's what's going to affect water rates. Is that correct? So as we increase our need, my understanding there shouldn't be any increases if impact fees are going to keep up with the amount of people that we're servicing. Is that correct or incorrect?
Those are accurate statements.
So we're anticipating that either
Right.
maintaining or lowering our water rate or
Keep it.
Only on extreme rare cases in my career have I had an opportunity to lower a rate. Now, I think an ideal outcome is to plan as level and constant as possible, which is one of the underlying premises of the city's indexing provision, right? To try and make small adjustments and a maybe a more formal adjustment like a study that we're doing now. What I did want to say about the impact fees is that the Florida legislature has enacted provisions that limit local government on how they can implement and update those types of fees and charges. And I'm happy to talk to the city attorney about my opinions about that, but I can't give legal advice. But in some of those restrictions, they not only set in certain phase-in requirements and maximum charges these days, but they also prevent local jurisdictions in many cases of not updating those fees any frequently than once every 4 years. And so the city recently adopted a study that my firm did do, and I was one of the project team members on that study. And so they updated your current fees, what are in place. Now, those fees did have a forward-looking picture, right? They did anticipate construction of the wastewater plant and those kinds of things. But again, that was a plan. That was a couple years ago. So, so again, I'll work with city staff to the extent that they want to have additional conversations about those fees, and I'll work with the city attorney and share with him what information I have. So the fees probably should go up. The question is based on what the Florida legislature has done, what flexibility does this city council have to do that? That I don't know.
You have another question? Mr. Watt, can you, from a legal perspective, give us a rundown on how we can use impact fee, how often we can do it? I think, as you mentioned, it's every 3 years we can increase them, and it has to be study done, and give us a legal rundown. And I think I heard something earlier about concern about property taxes and everything. And if I'm not mistaken, these enterprise funds and property taxes are not used for this entity. So,
Well, it's true that the city is limited to only periodically getting these impact fee studies and then adjusting the impact fees based on those studies, with a few exceptions. I mean, it is possible, and then, they also have a rate cap. You can only raise them so much. But there are exceptions where a city makes an extraordinary finding of need, if it's an emergency, and that requires special hearings. There's a lot of hoops. The legislature has made it as hard as humanly possible to exceed the statutory caps, although it is doable, and there are a few cities and counties that have gotten away with it in the past. Actually, there's some court cases about them currently pending, so I don't know if all of them are going to get away with it or not. There is a little bit of risk involved. There's another thing. I mean, I think the city doesn't have impact fees for everything yet. So that's another wrinkle. When I became city attorney, I think I was told that my predecessor had taken opinion that maybe a certain impact fee wasn't legal. I've taken a different position, and we're now moving forward, I think, with that. So there's a little bit of flexibility there, but not much. So I don't know if that answers your question, Mayor. But yeah, our hands are tied on, right now, for the most part, unless we find some kind of extraordinary emergency or need.
and just listen to Mr. Peterson there, you're talking about lowering water rates and everything, and based upon impact fees. Impact fees are used, and how can we use these impact fees? I don't think they can be used to pay. And I heard you say special ordinary needs. That has always been another question to me every time I hear that. And I ask the definition of what you consider special ordinary need. Okay, nobody can ever answer that question.
And no smart lawyer ever will, Mayor, because that's what we call a fact-dependent. In other words, it's you know it when you see it. It depends on the judgment. So there's no set of circumstances that will necessarily, no bright line per se. It's something that if we ever did have to do it, what I, as your city attorney, would say is when we have the hearing on the rates, let's put as much evidence as we can in the record. Let's hear from whoever is affected by that to say why we need it. Let's have members of the public talk about it. But the more evidence we have, the more input in the hearing, the more likely we'll survive and prove that need.
Anyone else? This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address it, have any input, may come. Do we have a microphone set up over here, Wayne? Microphone here, and
While we're waiting for the public, I had a follow-up based on a question that was asked. It's my understanding, and please correct me if it's wrong, that the current utility fees are paying part of the capital for the new plant. Is that accurate, or is that inaccurate?
So the utility system itself, the rates, fees, and charges serve as the primary pledge. It is the primary responsibility of the monthly service rates to cover and satisfy the issuance of those bonds. So I would say largely that is a yes answer, that existing customers do bear the burden of maintaining excess capacity in advance of new customers joining the system. That's why the impact fees are so important in order to recoup and recover those costs. And back to, I think, some of the questions that I was hearing earlier is, so what can we use those impact fees for? We can use those impact fees. I think the highest and best use is to look at Mr. Brunson's capital plan, find exactly what he has in terms of expansion-related improvements, and spend those dollars there first to avoid any new debt. Right? I think that's the highest and best use. The second is a secondary pledge to the bonds are the impact fees themselves. And to the extent Mr. Brunson does not have expansion-related improvements, which I would be surprised about, but if he had so much impact fee revenue that was being recovered, he could also apply them to the bonds that would then take pressure off those monthly service rates. So I do think the short answer is the monthly service rates are the primary pledge for the repayment of those bonds. So that wastewater plant, that's a true statement. But that's after half of that plant, almost half, was paid in cash by the use of impact fees. So that was largely reduced, which again is unique to y'all. I don't have a lot of clients that can do that. And then the impact fees can be used as a pledge.
So let's, for easy numbers, say my water bill each month is $100. And let's say that 60 of those dollars go towards what I might call operations, Stoney and his team, repairs, the normal day-to-day operations, and then 40 of those dollars is going towards the debt service on the plant itself, which I would consider to be capital expenses. Now, based on what you just told me, as we bring in more people into the city, my share of that $40 should actually start lowering into 30, 20, 15, 10. And Mike, so I frame it to ask the question is, can we, or do we, already break out on the bill to say, this is your actual water bill, this is your debt service share of the water bill, so that the residents know and can understand? Because I hear people say, well, why don't we have infrastructure? Well, we do have infrastructure, but it caused an increase in the utility rate because we're anticipating people coming in, and so we are paying for the infrastructure. And then people might say, well, I don't want to pay for other people to come. I want to close the door behind me. I hear them, I understand, different conversation, different day. But simple fact is, we have the operating cost of me having water to turn on my tap, which will always go up with inflation, for example. That's going to happen, but it's within my control.
Right.
And then there's the percentage that goes towards the debt service. So my question to you is, in the industry, is there any precedence, or perhaps Mr. Waugh, this is related, you might want to chime in on this as well, could we delineate what is my water operations bill and what is my capital expense?
So real quick, Ms. Councilwoman, if I can answer your question. One, I want to highlight on a key point that you made. You're correct. When you construct the facilities and you're paying that debt service, and recognizing that probably 85 to 90% of the annual budget is fixed. So once that plant's in place, once that debt service is in place, once
Right.
those fixed costs are operating, as I add a new customer to my system, they pay me my impact fee, I get my capital dollars back, but they're also a ratepayer of my system. What happens? This is why the city did not adjust water rates for 15 years. It wasn't because you were underperforming. It's because you were adding customers at such a clip that they helped offset the
increase.
inflationary impact that you were having. So I wanted to address that first, because you're absolutely right. And it's trying to catch the development cycle, or the utility life cycle, if you want to call it that, at the right optimal time. Right now, you've constructed the plant. You've incurred the debt service. 5 years ago, you were going through that hurdle. So all things being equal, I heard 10 years. We have, somebody wrote it down. I saw the mayor over
Oh, I
there.
was
He
paying
wrote it
attention
down.
too.
He wrote it down 10
We
years.
already need to start planning.
But, you know, I mean, oversimplifying it, all things being equal, if we have adequate capacity for the next 10 years, then your premise is true. It doesn't mean that I can come in and lower rates. Again, I can't be arbitrary. But it certainly may mean that every new customer I add to the system helps offset, if I'm a ratepayer, my portion of that fixed cost on the utility bill. Now, getting back to the utility bill itself, I do not think that it's a practice in the industry. I've never seen it where a utility has gone through, they certainly have not made postage stamp rates or rates specific to each cost within the utility system. That I do know. Is there a communication on the bill that says what portion of your bill goes to what? I don't think that that's a common practice, but through the city's annual budget process, I'm almost positive y'all have pie charts and graphics that y'all use to put together the annual budget, and any one of those graphics, personally, I believe would serve what you're talking about. So you took the dollar equation and you said, how much of my dollar in my bill is going to these components? It's that pie chart that you put together with that annual budget for the water utilities, wastewater utilities, and so forth. And you would see, you were factually right. It's probably 50%, 50, 60% for operating expenses. I wouldn't say 40% goes to capital. So let's keep in mind, beyond operating expenses, we do have principal and interest payment on bonds. We have capital maintenance that's there. That's a little different, right? That's also rate funded.
Yeah.
It's not an operating expense for the purpose of the standards or for the purpose of the compliance test, but it's a cash flow, right? It's for most of your customers, they see it as an expense because it's a cash flow. You also have, again, this is a matter of policy. Through your appropriations process in your annual budget, you do have interfund transfers, at least the last that I was aware. So we do have transfers from our utility systems to the general fund to reimburse certain costs that are there. So those tend to happen below the line as well.
But what is that? What would that be? And how does that relate to the utilities?
Transfer?
Well, I understand a fund transfer, but I mean, what is it paying for?
As in,
I was gonna ask if you brought your laptop, Scott. I'm glad you
transfer,
did.
I think right now we had it proposed at dropping to 11, but I think it's 15% goes back into the general fund for administration costs, if I said that right, Scott.
I thought, we still at 15? I thought we had dropped that to 10.
We had it proposed at 11 in our last rate study, but I don't think we ever got there.
And that covers the cost of Scott and his team and paper and utility billing and all of that. That's what that's intended for. That's your typical overhead in a nonprofit world.
You're absolutely correct. Oh, sorry. City manager's office, HR, procurement, multiple administrative departments is all factored into an annual calculation. Stoney is correct. Historically, the city has used a 15% rate. There's been discussions at the legislature in the last few years about reducing, if not flat out eliminating it. So a few years ago, the city, I think for 1 year, did reduce it to 10%. But if memory serves me correct, we're back to 15 now.
And what amount is that roughly? And here's where my head is at, is now we have an enterprise fund and we're moving into roughly 57 million general fund. What percentage, what I'm asking is what portion of our 58 million general fund comes from the 15% from public work?
It'll take me a moment to look up.
I'm just
But
looking
I
for the
believe it's roughly $2 million.
Okay.
And keep in mind, as Mr. Scott said, legislature up in Tallahassee is still looking at eliminating that transfer fund altogether.
Well, here's my question.
So-
I think it's probably for the council, because this is more a visionary question, and then maybe if staff and professionals can help us achieve it if we wanted to do it, is, okay, 10 years from now, we're gonna need a new plan. Okay, we know this, so we're gonna have to plan for that. And I can understand how, in the way things have been done in the past, we say, well, we have to buy a new plan every 10 years, so you just kind of plan on that capital all the time. But there will come a point where we stop growing. And there will come a point. There's only so many borders until they start touching each other. We see it in Groveland, Mineola. So there will come a point where we stop growing. When that point comes, in theory, financial theory, that 40% could go away. So the 40% from a citizen's perspective is an investment in the infrastructure for our city. And at some point in time, when you make an investment, you want the return on that investment. However, as we all know, government doesn't like to stop taking your money once it gets it. There's a view, right? So if we were to distinguish on our invoice what percentage is their actual water bill? And what percentage is their debt service capital bill? Then at least over the next 10 years, we could, correct me if I'm wrong, we could revisit the debt service and adjust it for the citizens. So we say, this year you're paying $40, next year you're paying $37, the year after you're paying $33, and so your bill would actually, from a citizen's perspective, go down. Now, yes, we're telling the citizens, in 10 years, your bill's gonna go back up because we need to build a new plant. But at least they know, at least they're aware, at least they can see it on their bill. And if there's a way they can help, because there's, 300 people, 400 people in the government of Clermont, but there's 55,000 people who live here. Some of them might have ideas, some of them might have resources. If they're looking down the barrel of, hey, next year you're gonna be adding that $40 because we need to build a new plant, you might actually get people who say, hey, I have a friend who's a grant writer. Hey, I have a friend who's got $40 million that they don't know what to do with. You never know what's gonna happen. But if you don't tell people how you're spending your money and why, they can't help because they're not empowered to provide support. So my question to council is, how do we feel? I think it would be great to say, this is your actual water bill and this is your capital bill, so that the public can speak to us about that issue. Well, and I see them on the same bill, like this is the line for your water and this is the line for capital. And you could even put on the bill an explanation of what is this capital? Well, this is our investment in the infrastructure. We're planning for the future. Please engage. Please be part of the process. What do we think about something like that?
I think it's a great idea. I mean, I don't know if you're gonna say it's planning for the future, it's really paying for the past. We haven't even anticipated, right? But we're just gonna be, we're looking at this one little thing about the wastewater plant, but there is other aspects that we're not even looking at. The infrastructure, the piping, like somebody said, we have to replace a lot of our pipes now. We're gonna be doing some kind of a resurfacing on the inside of the pipe system. So these are all things that are constantly going. My understanding always was that impact fees were gonna maintain the structure, keep the playing field even, as opposed to getting huge increases if we have an increase in consumers.
Well, and you're right, but the problem is if we wait for the impact fees to pay for a 20-year plant, then we don't have the water for those 20 years until we collect all the impact fees. So those of us who live here have to foot the bill until we get the impact fees to pay it off. And so, yes, you're correct, but that's what I think is not obvious to the citizen. It's not obvious to me. It doesn't sound like it's obvious to you that what we're doing is prepaying for those impact fees. And what I'm proposing is creating a scenario where we have in fact prepaid such that we get that back in a way over time. And yes, we're gonna have to do it again in 10 years. I buy a car, right? I pay off the car, I drive it for another 4 years, I didn't have to pay for a car. Now I buy a new car, I'm gonna have a car payment, and I pay it off and I get the benefit. I mean, we know this as adults. What do you think, Brian?
I support the idea of the chart system in the education during the budget process. I think anytime we can delineate where the dollars are going, I think for when you look at what Lake County does with that visual of the dollar, and they have the percentages of where it goes, you could do that of the dollar within certain fees or entities if you wanted to break that down more clearly through the budget process. I'm reminded of a tale as old as time. Blame previous administrations for lack of planning and lack of funding, but also let's let future councils deal with the increases when they have to deal with those increases, so that we look like the champions riding it on the horses with with the flags. And I'm cautious about that approach in trying for us to say, as a city, this dollar amount will, without any uncertainty, go down, and you will not have to pay it. And future councils will make you pay that. I don't think we need to get into that setup of that. However, if we want to educate our residents where their money is going when they pay a particular bill, and in this case the water utility, I think it could be very helpful to understand of my $100, how much of this is based off of how much water I use, so that I can make conscientious decisions on conservation. How much of this is fixed costs that everyone pays because they're a utility customer? And how much of that is debt service, or, you know, we can delineate out in some sort of graph or chart for folks to understand the overall billing process. You know, I'm just conscientious about the political theater of saying, right now, we'll be the ones telling you your bill goes down, and it'll be the bad guys and gals in 5 years that will raise it back up. It's the old adage of what we do: blame the past and hamstring, or try to hamstring the future. And I think that's just silly.
And see, if I was looking to the past, I would look to the word transparent, which was used over and over by the previous administration. And I don't feel like telling people this is your utility bill and there's nothing we can do about it without explaining this is capital expense that is paying for the future. This is infrastructure. That, to me, is transparent. If we say each year, no, we don't want to reduce it, we want to continue to collect those funds and put them in for the next plant, well then, by all means, can't we say, hey, we've got a $30 million plant coming down the pike. Here's how much we've put towards it. Way to go, Clermont. You're planning for the future. Why not let them be part of that conversation and aware, rather than say, just trust us, we're the government? Because, you know, that's also a tale as old as time. So I think that it's about transparency so that the people understand, so that Stoney and his team get celebrated when they find a grant, or Scott and his team, I don't know who applied for it, but if we have a $30 million grant that we get 50% waived, that's amazing. Like, why wouldn't we want to put that in our utility bill so that people understand, yes, your utilities went up, but as a citizen, when you say my rate went up, that tells me this costs more because of inflation. This costs more because I want to pay my people more. Well, that's not true. It costs more because we're investing in infrastructure. But we don't say that. We don't show that. And in every business I've ever seen, including this one, we distinguish between capital and operating. So why are we lumping it together for our citizens and saying, well, this is what it costs for utilities, instead of distinguishing, this is a capital expense that happens once every 10, 20, 40 years. Why wouldn't we identify that? So I take issue with saying that it is political. We may have different political views and the way we approach things. To that end, there's probably truth in that assessment, but it's certainly not theater that I want the public to know what they're paying for. So I'm talking about transparency, which I do think was political theater, and that's why I ran. So I would like us to be transparent about what we're doing. And so, you know, I'm simply asking, it sounds like you're saying you want to do it in a budget process. I heard Ms. Myers and Mr. Peterson say that they think it's worth exploring on the invoice itself. And then I think it's a decision for the council each year. Do we say, hey, we're going to reduce your bill because we can, or do we say, and this is where you have to have the political will to make the hard decisions openly, to say, no, we are planning for the future, we're putting this away, here's the account balance that you can see, we're raising funds for this purpose. I would do that with you, if that's what, if you say, I don't want to kick the can down the road, so to speak. Okay, let's explore that. I think that's a safe conversation to have. And I imagine, based on what I've seen in the property tax conversation, that you would have people standing up at that podium that say, we understand that you're planning for the future. We want to have clean water. We're happy continuing to pay what we've been paying. because we understand we're paying for the infrastructure for the future. We look forward to the day that we can cut that out because we can see it one day when we stop growing. I could see it go either way, and to that extent it becomes political, but I don't think transparency should be categorized as a political issue.
And neither do I, and neither did I say that.
Okay, so how I heard
Transparency
what
is
you
not
said.
political. And we agree that transparency in numbers is information. Knowledge is information, information is knowledge. And that is key and central to how we go about our budgeting process. I would support being as transparent as possible with all of the money that we spend and where that goes. That's why I think graphics in the budget process, not just numbers, to help people understand that even of a department of, let's just use human resources. Of human resources, this is what, of the expenditures that we expend in this department, here's what goes to staffing, here's what goes to capital improvements, and picking on a department that may not have a lot of, capital, long-term capital improvements like a public works or other areas. But I think that's really helpful and informative for folks to understand. Here's where we're at with a baseline, if you will, of what we need to operate the same as last year. Here's what we would need to include to plan for the future and what those plans would entail. And that's why I asked the question about of Mr. Hamilton about the additional revenues and where we're getting those, is because I think it would be very beneficial for us to have around the same time an understanding of, do we have debt forgiveness coming and what does that look like? Do we have abilities? What are our current impact fees? Do we have abilities to generate additional revenues from future development to help pay for any kind of bond issue or reduce the amount that we have to bond for? Are there grants that we can apply for, and what do those grants look like, and when do they come up for us to be able to do that, so that the rate study isn't just the rate. Yes, we may have to decide at the end of the day a rate at that meeting, but it's with the knowledge that we have all these other things and all these other sources of income that also play into that, so that we're making a more informed decision during that process.
Okay, let me say this before I get ready to get out of here. Scott, is there a formula that you have or you can come up with that I know when I pay my water bill, I use X number of gallons of water, this is what I owe for water, okay? Irrigation, I use X number of gallons of water for irrigation, this is what I pay for irrigation. So it's my understanding that as I pay that water bill, whatever I pay in irrigation or regular water and sewer and all this, it's a portion of that's going into the fund to pay the capital expenses, right, from each one of them. So how do you calculate off my water bill, what I pay for potable water every month, what portion of that going back into capital? What formula you use?
We don't differentiate or account for the payment of the monthly water bill in segments and to certain purposes.
Right.
That calculate, what you're referring to is actually rate setting level, which is what Murphy's team is going through. Bulk of my career, I spent it in other states, and it was common practice in other states within your rate ordinance or resolution to actually break down that methodology and that calculation. I was just looking at ours, and we do not have that.
Right.
So we should, but to answer your question, that is typically the setting level.
Well, I mean, in order for, like Ms. Strange is asking for the showing your water bill, how much you import water and how much you actually paying for the capital expenditures and everything, wouldn't we have to break that all out? Wouldn't that have to be broken out? Because like you say, right now, we don't account for that. We just pay the one rate and say, hey, this is it. And of course, I know my biggest complaint about my water bill is my irrigation, where I pay more for irrigation water than I do for potable water. Right? And I never understood that, so,
Yeah.
but.
Something I've noticed in other locations too, Mayor, on topic of irrigation, is
Yeah.
typically it's, as was mentioned earlier, it's through the use of reuse water.
Yeah.
And typically reused water, at least in my experience, has been at a lower rate than
Lower
using
rate,
potable
right.
water.
Right.
So the expansion of the reuse system would certainly help in that regard.
No, I'm just trying to figure out how we can get to, as Ms. Strange was asking, that we can actually show on our water bill now, what you're paying for water and what's actually that portion of the water bill is going back to capital expenses and everything.
We could certainly do it through the budget process, as
But-
Councilmember Bain was suggesting, and including graphs within the budget. Whether or not we could put it on a bill, I would have to explore with the software provider who
Right.
generates those.
Right, see, and I think that's what she's asking and everything, so, and like I say, my understanding is, when I pay my bill right now, whatever I pay, portion of the water, a portion of the irrigation, portion of sewer, and all this is going, some portion of it is going back towards capital, but we don't have a formula to calculate that all out.
Correct.
Well, and again, I think the best mechanism that you have today to do that is that appropriation process, that budget process, and the percentage of the revenues that go towards the various costs. In the state of Florida, fixed costs show up in both the minimum monthly base charge as well as the volume rate. A lot of people talk very generically that the minimum monthly charge covers our fixed costs. It doesn't. If you looked at the annual budget, the total of the fixed costs are probably 85 to 90% of the annual budget. If we set a minimum charge to that and said this much of your minimum charge goes to debt, this much of your minimum charge goes to these fixed operating costs and so forth, one, our most at-risk residents could not afford that bill. Number two, it would have a very low usage rate, so it wouldn't have a conservation ethic. And so the water management districts don't like that rate formula. The Florida Public Service Commission doesn't like that rate formula. To simplify it, again, a portion of those fixed costs do show up in that minimum charge, but a portion of them show up in the variable rate, which makes it difficult, Mr. Mayor, to make the allocation on a rate structure basis like we're talking about here. Again, I think if you want to paint a picture, the best picture is through that budget process, that pie chart that most of my clients have through the budget process, and whether or not you extend that to the utility bill.
Well, could
Yeah,
we
well, if it-
include even quarterly, I think we're on the same page, Mr. Mayor. Could we include maybe quarterly with the utility bill to the public to say, this is the current project that we're paying down with a pie chart, a graph that people can understand, or, when you did fundraising in high school, it's got the little thermometer, right? And then this is the next project that's coming up. Like, we know we're gonna have one in Wellness Way, we're talking about one up by Verde Ridge. We might say, these are the future projects, this is our goal paid by such and such date, this is where we are today, and then people who wanna know, they're getting it. I mean, let's be honest, maybe 4 people showed up to our budget workshops, realistically. I mean, one person was at the final meeting, and now he's sitting up here. So I just don't think that the public has the time to sit through 30 hours of budget workshop and to understand $200 million budget. But if we were to communicate so that they understand, hey, a portion of your bill is going towards these capital projects, here's a graph that shows our target, it aligns us all together, and then we also know it's not going to be over, to your point, when we get to the end, because we've now got the Wellness Way one, we've got the Verde Ridge one. We could use that as just a one-pager to say, hey, staff earned a $15 million grant towards the Wellness Ridge, and you see, boom, we've got 15 million. I mean, I think that if we did that even quarterly, it gives the public, you don't have to do it monthly, it's probably a lot of work to do it monthly, but a quarterly report to the public with their utility bill, this is what part of your bill is paying for, is infrastructure. I think the public would receive that really well.
When we get to the quarterly budget update, Mr. Scott, that's all part of your quarterly budget, I know, when you do that. So is it anyway, as I guess what I'm hearing, can we transfer that information to our water bill? In the chart, and and I don't know whether, I guess I can speak for myself. Up until the last year or so, I never even looked at my water bill, to be honest with you. Until people started complaining to me about the water, I finally started looking at my water bill. But when I first moved to my house, I said, hey, my water bill was X number, it was $50, $60 a month, I was coming to the city and paying $100 a month regardless, okay? Now I pay $125 a month regardless, okay? And what the bill is, and of course I got a credit over there, and I found out there's a lot of people out there doing it, because when I go to them and say it was on your water bill, when they start calling me and asking about trash pickup, didn't you read? Oh, no, I don't look at my water bill. So you know, a lot of people, until they have a real problem, they don't even pay attention.
Well, that's a good
And
point.
that's
I
what
know I
bought
check
this,
mine
huh?
I said, I know I check mine every.
Well, I have in the last, I would say in the last 12 months, because I started getting so many complaints, and then, of course, I hear the complaints of the city next door about bills, so I started looking at my bill, and that's when I started noticing, okay, yeah, okay, some things, but I just never paid attention. So we putting this on the bill, is it gonna really educate our public, is what I'm saying, because I know a lot of them out there doesn't pay it. I have one customer out there, I know he had over $2,000 credit. The city told him he had to start using his credit.
Well, that must be nice to get that one.
Well,
You know, I think what I'm hearing, because obviously as council, we're policy and
Right,
vision,
right.
right? And I know you have to go, Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
it's, what I'm hearing from council is we like the idea of transparency.
Right.
We like the idea of communicating what is debt versus what is operational expenses, especially as it pertains to, in this case, the utility bill. And I think then what I would say, what I'm looking for, and tell me if you all feel differently, I'm looking for staff to bring us back some suggestions on what's doable for staff on how we can articulate to the public, what is the strategy to articulate to the public in a way that they can receive. And I'm sorry, I love your reports, but I'm, you know, not normal. So an 80-page report is not gonna do it, you know? But if we can have graphs, I think that was a great suggestion, somewhere, whether it's, maybe it's on the utility website, maybe it goes out with the utilities, something that shows these are the goals that we're working to, and this is how far we are to achieving them, so that people, even if we don't adjust the rates, or even if we have to adjust them up, at least people understand what it is that they're paying for, and they can speak to us about that, and they can speak to each other about that, and help each other educate as well, so it's not all falling on us and staff. Have I missed anything as far as direction for staff? Is there any? I'm hearing a yes. Mr. Bain, does that sound like a good summary? Mr. Peterson, do you like that direction? Oh, so you, he's looking at his water bill. Well, I'll give you a moment. Mr. Murray, does that seem like?
Well, whatever we can do, I've always believed in transparency, so I do take a little offense when you say the last administration wasn't transparent. And that's one of the things we definitely try to do, is be very transparent. I think that's one of the reasons we end up in these type workshops and everything, trying to be transparent with the public, budget and everywhere. But anything we can do to educate our publics, I'm always ready for it. And as I told my previous city manager when he first got here, our biggest job is educating the public. Because half of them out there do not know about city government, doesn't know about government. So in order for us to be successful, we have to educate our people. So if it's going to help educate us, fine. But let's not, I don't want to create such a hindrance and hardship on our staff to do this, and pick up a lot of additional costs on trying to do these things, that we're actually defeating the purpose of trying to keep it at a reasonable cost for our people. So we can look at all these things. So that's
Yes,
fine.
at a reasonable cost. Thank you. Thank you for adding that. Easy for staff, effective for the public, at a reasonable cost.
A reasonable
I agree.
cost. So-
Definitely add that to the list.
So I ask again, anyone in the public wish to address this issue? If not, if there's nothing else to be said,
Uh-oh, napkins.
we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, and this is 10:25. But before I do that, I'm gonna turn everything over to, I wish I could be, I really willing to be here for a procurement process, but I need to go. I'm in pain. I appreciate all the input, and Ms. Myers, I give it to you. Unless y'all want.
spreadsheet. Everybody's ready? Okay. Where did Bill go? Oh, he's over there. Okay, he's in the room. All right. And Mr. Freddie, you ready? Okay.
Good morning. There you go. My name is Freddie Suarez. I'm the procurement director for the city of Clermont, and today we're going to discuss the procurement processes, roles, and safeguards. Before I begin, I want to share a little bit about myself with the members here today. I started in procurement back in 2003, right after I obtained a bachelor's degree in business administration. I was hired back then by the Broward County Procurement. That's when I started working for the government, and I loved the field. I was there for 3 years until 2006, and then I moved back here and moved into Central Florida. In that transition, I was hired by Lake County Procurement Office, and I worked for them for 3 years, from 2006 to 2009. During that time, I went back to school. I got a master's degree in public administration, and shortly after I got the degree, I was hired by the city of Clermont to start a centralized procurement department, the first one ever. And I've been doing it ever since for the last 15 years. So procurement is how the city turns public dollars into public results, fairly, transparently, and defensively. It's not just paperwork. It is a system that protects public trust by making sure vendors compete on the level playing field and that we can clearly explain how and why we selected a contractor. Today's goals are to explain the life cycle of procurement from need to contract to management. We're going to clarify the roles of each one, what the department does, the procurement, city manager, and city council. We're going to describe different methods we use for solicitations, for example, quotes, bids, RFPs, etc. We're going to go over the safeguards of procurement, like ethics, sunshine laws, and lobbying restrictions. I want to start with why we do it this way. Our procurement framework is designed to ensure public dollars are spent fairly and transparently. We do this by using the following: uniformity, fairness, best value, transparency, and integrity. Uniformity means everyone follows the same playbook, so decisions are consistent and repeatable. Fairness, vendors compete on a level playing field with the same information given the same and then the same rules. Best value, sometimes a little bit wins, but we always look at quality, performance, and risk. Transparency, decisions are documented and defensible so we can explain why we did and why in the court of law. And finally, integrity, we avoid favoritism and the appearance of it by using clear rules, conflict checks, and controlled communication. In the part you see the procurement life cycle is pretty much a roadmap to procurement. We start with the need, which is developed at the department level. They check the funding to make sure those needs are able to be obtained. Then it goes to procurement to choose a solicitation method, whether it's a quote, a bid, or RFP. Then we issue the solicitation and receive the responses. At that time, if it's a bid or request for bid, then we, along with the department, we recommend the award for the project. If it's an RFP or an RFQ, then it goes to the selection committee for the scoring and ranking. And they're the ones who make the recommend the award for that project. Soon after, we go to contract, and then it gets awarded, and the project starts, when it starts working. Now let's talk about who manages each part of the procurement cycle. The procurement roles, who does what? The department defines the need, which is the what, develops the scope, specifications, and confirms operational requirements, and manages day-to-day the contract on a daily basis. Procurement guides the process, which is the how, and selects a method, ensures compliance with Florida statutes, issues solicitation, and manages vendor communication. The evaluation committee, whenever there's an RFP or an RFQ, reviews and scores the proposals using the Florida's criteria and documents the basis for rankings. The city manager approves the awards within delegated authority, and the city council provides policy oversight and approves awards and agreements when required by thresholds or policy. So how do we choose the method? We ask the following questions. What is the estimated total cost of the project? What are we buying? Is it a commodity or professional service? Can we define the exact specifications? And is competition available? So Dollar purchases usually a streamlined method, which is for quick access to the needs that we have. And higher dollar rates purchases use a formal competition documentation, which requires advertisement in the newspaper and public opening of the bids and results. This professional services is for like architectural services or engineering, even city attorney services. They require qualification-based selection based on the Florida CCNA, which stands for Consultants Competitive Negotiation Act. On the slide, this is the current thresholds for the city that we have right now. On the $5,000, it's called informal purchases. Between $5,000 and $14,999, we obtain written quotes. Between $15,000 and $24,999, we issue a quote request. And $25,000 and above are considered formal solicitation, which includes bids, proposals, and RFQs, qualifications. So informal purchases are below $5,000. They're usually done with the best value, they're efficient, and with basic documentation. For example, if this is mostly at the staff level, at the department level, we issue P cards for those employees, that way they need a hammer, need a hose, or whatever they need to complete their work. They go to the store, get what they need, and come back and finish the work. And all they need is a receipt. That's what I mean by basic documentation. Written quotes is between $5,000 and $14,999. At least 3 quotes must be obtained whenever possible. This means, for example, if the employee contacts 3 vendors, only receives back 2 quotes, the one not responsive counts as a quote, because we cannot force the vendors to give us a quote every time. The award is always the same: lowest price, best quality, delivered at the right time. Next, we have the quote request. This is the middle tier of procurement. Purchases between $15,000 and $24,999. It's managed by procurement, distributed through OpenGov to try to reach out as many vendors as possible for those quotes. The more, the better. Award base is the same: lowest price, best quality, and delivered at the right time. Those 3 components are very crucial for any award. We must have the lowest price at any time. We must have the best quality, because if we don't, what's the point of buying those goods? It must be delivered at the right time. That way it can be, otherwise, if the vendor says, we need something within 2 weeks, and the vendor says it's going to delay by 2 months, it's no use to us. Those 3 components will always be there for the award. So a request for bid, or RFP, is best used when there's no difference among the goods or services that need specifications, and the only difference is price. For example, we want to buy a ream paper. We specify we want 10 reams in a box of paper, one white paper, 8.5 by 11, 20-pound paper, and we put out for the vendors to compete. Therefore, the only difference is the price, so we award it to the lowest bidder in this case. The bids they're sealed bids, and are received by the set deadline with open per the process. This means right now we issue only electronic bids through OpenGov. Vendors can respond online, and it goes through a lockbox, electronic lockbox that is only open after the deadline. We also share a link to a Zoom meeting when the vendors can see exactly how we open the bids and the results. So we have full transparency on the whole process. Award is made to the lowest responsive or responsible bidder meeting the specifications. Responsive means that the bidder submitted their licenses, have their insurance, and all the information that was required with the bid, or bid bonds that needed to be with the bid. Responsible means that we did our due diligence, we checked the references, we make sure that the vendor make the specs, and they're good to go to be delivered. The project will be delivered at reasonable time. So the difference between RFP and RFQ, or request for proposal or request for qualification, they're both very similar. They both have a criteria-based system. They're both evaluated by a point system. The only difference is the RFP has a price built in, while the RFQ does not. It's strictly qualifications. The RFP is usually used for solving a problem. For example, this will be the dispatch plan. I issued a request for proposal back then to do the design build the dispatch plan. We told the vendors we wanted the exact location we wanted it, the square footage more or less. We also told them that we wanted to incorporate the logo, the new city logo, the Structure Champions, into their design. And we also gave them a not to exceed amount. So those were the constrictions. The results, the proposals came in, and the committee selected the proposal you see there today that's built. And the RFQ is, again, is strictly qualification-based system, based on the Florida statutes, based on Florida CCNA rules. For example, uses for architectural engineers and city attorneys and any professional services. Now, this is the part you asked me most about, the evaluation process. This is a structured, clean room process, meaning the evaluation is kept controlled and insulated from so the award decision is fair, well documented, and free from outside influence. Procurement, along with the department, sets the evaluation criteria and scoring weights before the solicitation is released. Procurement manages all Q&A and addenda so that every vendor receives the same information. Responses are received sealed and on time per the deadline. Then the evaluators receive an orientation and confirms there is no conflict of interest before proposals are distributed. Evaluators score the proposals independently using the published criteria. Scores are then compiled and presented to the committee in a public meeting, a public setting. The committee decides whether to accept the scores and rank the vendors accordingly or create a short list and conduct presentations. During presentations, the previous score gets erased and the shortlist vendors start on a clean slate. The final ranking is documented and if permitted, negotiation occurs, followed by recommendation of award. So the evaluation committee, who serves and when? So the evaluation committee is selected before anyone sees the responses to the proposals, so to protect fairness and avoid bias. For Florida statutes, we must have a minimum of 3 voting evaluators, sometimes more depending on the complexity of the project itself. We choose the people or the committee based on technical understanding of subject matter experts, members that will use or manage the outcome or who have operational or user experience. Members who can attend meetings, presentations, and have the ability to participate fully and apply the scoring criteria consistently. So who may serve? The department, leadership, and staff who understands the need and will manage the outcome. City leadership as appropriate for oversight. Procurement manager or consultant, and permitted with a clearly defined role. Usually, and city council members if appointed. Members of the public and other qualified experts, when permitted, with safeguards and documented roles, can also serve. These are the guardrails that protect fairness, which is also the integrity backbone of procurement. These safeguards are what make awards defensible in the court of law. We do conflict screening before proposals are released to evaluators. The conflict of interest acknowledgements are as required. Briefing and training on scoring, sunshine laws, public records requirements, and communication rules. No side communication with vendors. All questions and clarifications go through procurement. And complete documentation to retain the file, just as individual score sheets, notes, rankings, and rank basis for the award. Sunshine laws is what keeps everything in the eyes of the public. Many procurement records and many related communications may be subject to public records. We avoid serial discussions or back and forth conversations that could resemble deliberations outside properly noticed meeting. Procurement will guide the evaluation group on meeting notice requirements, minutes, and records retention, so the process remains compliant and defensible. Communication rules, lobbying, and cone of silence. This is another key integrity point. During competitive solicitation, all communication with vendors must follow the solicitation's stated rules and channels. We avoid contacts that could be perceived as lobbying, influence, or unequal access to information. If anyone is approached inappropriately, the correct response is simple. Stop, don't engage, and report it to procurement, so the process remains fair, compliant, and defensible. Now, these are some of the authorized exemptions. This is when we don't go out for bid or RFPs. For example, we have a sole source and a single source. Sole source means they're going to get it from one company or one vendor. An example of that would be a Tesla. You want to buy a Tesla, you're going to buy it from Tesla itself. Single source I'll give you another example. Pilot Works buys equipment parts for the mowers. If they were to have different manufacturer mowers or different brand mowers, they'll have to have different parts for all the different mowers. As they break down, it's not cost effective and efficient for them to have all that inventory on hand. So they focus on one brand, a mower. So they can easily fix those when they become damaged and repair right away. Piggyback cooperative contracts are allowed when the conditions are met and documented. We do not piggyback contracts from the federal government because those are not competitively bid. Those are mostly our negotiated contracts. So we only focus only on piggybacking contracts from the state or the city governments that have competitively bid their contracts. Emergency purchases, there's immediate need to protect life, safety, and property, and must be documented. And finally, other non-competitive purchases stated in Florida statutes when especially allowed and documented. So the City Council's role in the procurement process is mainly to provide approvals and oversight. Once procurement produces the documented recommendation, staff brings the item to the City Council when council action is required, including awards and agreements of $50,000 or greater, any purchase that requires a budget amendment, change orders over 10% of the original contract amount, or change orders that require additional funding. Council also received the transparency piece, including award recommendation, basis of award, and other supporting documentation that explains how the decision was made. Being awarded a contract is not the finish line, it is the starting line. This is where we protect the performance. We hold kickoff meetings and confirm deliverables, schedule, and reporting expectations. We monitor milestones and invoices to ensure the work and payment align. We manage changes with the scope, schedule, and cost, mostly on our change orders. Evaluate renewals based on performance and value. If the contractor is not working, we don't renew the contract. If the contract is during the first initial term, we can terminate them based on performance. And we also do the closeout at the end of once the contract is finished. For example, if a construction project is done, we do the closeout, hope with the closeout, and complete the records retention for any public records. Now, in this slide, you have a handful of Florida statutes that we abide by, pretty much to govern procurement in Florida. It's only a handful, though. It's about 18 or 20 or more that got the process. So whether you're in Miami, Tampa, or Jacksonville, it's on the same way, with very slightly difference, but mostly the same way. In addition to that, it's also the same way nationwide in the United States. For example, the core component of procurement is done, which is transparency, ethics, and quality, it's the same anywhere you go. The other changes here, for example, the state of Florida has the sunshine laws, other states don't have the sunshine laws. So it may differ, they may add to the process, but they don't take away from the process. So the end result is the same. It's done, the core results of the procurement is the same. These are some responsibilities we have in the department. We manage the procurement card system, or otherwise known as P-card. I'm sorry, that purchasing card program. Manage the fuel card program for all the city vehicles. We administer all city-issued devices, dispose of surplus property, review all requisitions, all of them, and issue purchase orders accordingly and change orders. Issue and review contracts as needed, and review the procurement policy and procedures when needed. And we also provide assistance to all city employees when needed as well. And that's all I have for today.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Mr. Suarez?
I do.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Suarez, for that information. Would it be possible for us to get a copy of that presentation electronically?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I think that you identified some roles of council in there. And so my questions, I think, are primarily focused on that. And maybe for you, maybe the city attorney also kind of needs to chime in on some legalities there. With regard to the process first, if a council member, is it statutorily or is it procedurally an issue, or both, I guess, for a council member who's not on a committee to get involved with a procurement process?
I mean, as far as the evaluation committee or aside of that?
If they are getting involved to influence the outcome, is that statutorily or is that procedurally or both an issue?
I believe it's statutory, correct?
It's both.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's both.
Now, fast forward to a recommendation has been made by the procurement process, I'll just call it, because sometimes it's a committee, sometimes it's involves others, I'll just say the process. It comes to the council. The council or council members want to go a different direction based off of, for whatever reason, I don't want to speculate, but they want to take a different direction. Is it procedurally or statutorily concerning when that happens, depending upon how it happens? Like, are there rules or guardrails for that? And, or is it better for the process to the bid or the RFQ, the RFP to just not be awarded and start over again?
I'm going to give you the attorney answer, depends. If it's a bid, usually the low bidder, that means a specification that gets awarded. It's a single award. There's no other awards being made in that portion, in the project. If it's an RFP or an RFQ, the committee evaluates the responses. They recommend 3, 4, 5 vendors for the award, but the council can add more if they choose to do so, depending on whatever they decide. But those are the two rules.
So let me follow up on that, and this may be more for our attorney. What are the guidelines by which council has or should consider when altering, whether it's adding or taking away from the recommendation of the procurement process?
So, as a general rule, and council member, I have some of my own remarks I want to share with
Okay.
y'all once y'all are ready. But as a general rule, the council, this is a preface and not a direct answer. The council members shouldn't be involved in the process until it gets to the council members, right? But once it gets to the council members and it's for your consideration up on the dais, I take your question to be, what is permissible and what is not permissible in altering the candidates we like or the factors we can consider which might change the rankings. And the answer is, if it's based on the information in front of you and it's a part of the submission packets, generally it's fair game. Most of the time you have home rule powers, and how you apply the factors is for you to consider. Just like I often tell you that you self-regulate each other in terms of decorum and timing, that kind of thing. The staff are the experts, and they provide what they believe is right based on the uniform criteria. But you may disagree, and no one takes that power away from you ultimately. And we've had some examples of that recently, and I didn't have any legal issue with how you handled it.
And I'll just ask one other question. I don't want to monopolize and share, want to share the opportunity to discuss. So with disclosure, I understand the process requires some disclosures in the sense that if there's if one of the companies bidding on something is co-owned by a department head, that would have to be disclosed or something like that. In the process, when it comes to the council, if the council is making an alteration to the process's recommendation, what disclosures are required, if any, of the council, if there are any associations or connections with those changes?
Well, those are primarily governed by statute. I mean, I think as a general rule, and I don't want to step on your toes, Freddie, but I mean, as a general rule, transparency is good.
Yeah.
Right? But what's required is the city's not allowed to contract, and council members are not allowed to contract with or vote on contracts that would inure to their special benefit So they have to disclose that because they couldn't vote on it. They're not allowed, we're not allowed to do business with one's own agency. So like if you ran a tourism company, we wouldn't be able to, we just couldn't do it.
Right.
So obviously that would have to be disclosed, but you wouldn't put it in for the bid anyways.
Right.
Those are some examples. We're
But
not.
It
yeah.
has to be a direct connection.
Yeah.
If it's just a friend of mine's firm, that's not something that's
No.
legally required.
Correct.
To be disclosed.
That is correct.
Okay.
In addition to that, also want to add that if I see there's a conflict of interest in the evaluation committee itself, I remove that member from scoring the proposals.
Yeah.
And get somebody else.
Okay.
That's right.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else have questions?
I would like to hear what Mr. Wall has.
That makes one of us. All right.
Oh, I'll
So
second, I'll
I
second
just-
that.
Yeah, I've prepared some remarks. I just want to tell you, you now see procurement the way that your procurement services director sees it. I want you to see a little bit of what I see. And as your city attorney, in the time that I've been here, there's very little that has concerned me. You know, every now and then I'll identify a legal issue or something that maybe we weren't doing before that we can do better or something. But by and large, it's not something that's going to create liability for us. Procurement scares me. Not because of anything, Freddie, but your procurement services department is busy. It does a huge amount of work. And every procurement offers opportunities for liability, right? Just like anytime, I guess, anyone walks on a curb outside city council, that's a potential liability issue these days. But the reason is because there's so many ways that someone could have a problem with it. So, just like in The Matrix, when you see that movie and Neo starts seeing all the green coming down from, he sees it for what it is, you're going to see how I'm now looking at procurement. I look at it a different way. So, there's two key principles we always have to keep in mind. One is that there is a preference to competitively bid something. Freddie did just talk a little bit about sole source procurement, but we try to avoid that whenever we can. There are potentially criminal issues if we did a sole source for a friend, for example. Now, that's not going to happen here, but there is that preference to competitively bid, and the reason is because we can best guarantee protection of the taxpayer funds when we do competitively bid. We look at the factors. The second thing is, and I don't want you to take this too much to heart, but there is a lot of deference to us in how we apply the factors. So you'll see in the law that there are a lot of cases where bidders are upset with something that was bid, but they get shot down in court or on the appellate level because, by and large, as long as you're reasonable, your decisions will be upheld. Where the rubber hits the road is where what the case law calls when decisions are based on illegality, fraud, oppression, or misconduct. Now, I'm not going to talk about oppression, but illegality, an example of illegality would be not following our procurement procedures. That's actually something, if we don't follow the very procedures we've adopted, we can get torched. And so sometimes, every now and then, you'll hear about opposition that I have to something in a procurement, or that Freddie has to a procurement. The reason is because we're looking at the policies and the procedures, and we're just trying to make sure that no one can say after the fact, we didn't follow our own procedures. And I wanted to give you an example of something, so there's a case, I'm not going to give you the full site, but Santa Rosa Island Authority versus Pensacola Beach. A government was able to rescind negotiations and re-advertise proposals even after the initial process kind of went through. The city had selected someone, but even after kind of choosing someone to go with, they stopped negotiations and re-advertised proposals, and that, in essence, rejected the bids and restarted. A court upheld that because they found that you can't compel the city to, or the governmental entity, to necessarily award a bid. You can't, even if you think you're the most deserving, even if the city thought you were the most deserving at first. We have a lot of discretion in pulling back if we have a change in priorities, something like that. Now, something we can't do is, let's see, I have an example where we can't pick Well, let me talk about you. Let me talk you a bunch of the things we can't do, actually, first. So, we cannot, once we get an RFP, when we have a request for proposals, we can't select a top bidder and then change the material terms of the proposal. So we may have second thoughts about what we want to do. Let's say that we want to build an 8-story building downtown here, for example. We select someone to build that building, and it's for $15 million or something. We can't, after awarding the contract or the notice of intent to award for one company, award it and then say, but you know what, we don't need the top 3 floors anymore. We're going to make it a 5-floor. We can't do that because it's such a material change to the project. We have to kick that out for bid again. And this happens because we often, we have second thoughts about things or we want to reprioritize. Look, if the worst thing that happens is we have to rebid, we're going to survive. That's just time, and it might be a little bit of money, but it's worth not getting it wrong on a big project. And that's why, sometimes you'll hear me say at city council meetings, rejection of bids is fine. I mean, if that's what you want to do, I always encourage rejection of bids over doing too much surgery on how you feel about the different factors or reweighting what your committee comes up with. But there's a lot of cities that get in trouble when they do what I just told you about RFPs. And there's a case, it's improper to use an RFP as an initial ranking tool to determine a preferred provider and then negotiate a contract without limitation and without regard for the original proposal and RFP parameters. This is a discussion we have a lot, so it's just something to keep in mind. There was a case out of in 1963 that I thought was interesting where a company bid on a project. Well, the city broke it up into 3. All it was to install one counter. But because the cost of the counter was so high, the city broke it up into 3 different bids so that they wouldn't have to competitively bid it. So they could keep it under the competitive bid threshold. Okay? And that was overturned. So we can't game the process. We can't game our rules and procedures to avoid competitive bidding. We can't game it to award it to people we like. I know this is common sense for y'all. It's just, these are the questions that give me, as your city attorney, the heartburn. So I want you to see it the way that I see it. You can't go wrong with competitive bidding. You can't go wrong with putting it all in one. We can only go wrong when we look for ways around. We are protected, on the other hand. There's things that we can get away with, and we would if we had to, where if we get a ranking of 8 bidders and we're only going to select 3, someone comes in 7th, they don't have standing to challenge us, okay, because they're not going to get the bid. The next closest bidder might have standing to challenge us. So, every now and then there's scenarios where recently we had 27 bidders on something. I'm not concerned about 27, 26, 25, 24. I'm worried about the ones that might have gotten it, but for our decision that are close, or on an RFP, if we have 1, I'm worried about number 2. I might be worried about 3, because if 2 has a defect, someone whose application doesn't conform to our requirements also probably doesn't have standing to take us on, because if they can never win the award because their application doesn't satisfy the requirements, I'm not worried about them either. So, there is some flexibility. I don't want you all to think I live in fear of all purchasing, but that's the stuff that we worry about. Did you have a question? Oh, sorry. Generally speaking, in the case law, when cities reject all bids, that's upheld. It still needs to be for a reason. We wouldn't want a situation where we arbitrarily reject all bids, or we do it and then when we rebid, the rankings are different and without reason. As long as we have reasons, as long as we do it and put things on the record the right way, we're always fine. I found an interesting case in preparing for today that it wouldn't apply to y'all, but I was kind of surprised in what I found. And this is the Herchala v. Lake Point Phase case, 2019. What happened was there was a former county commissioner, not a current county commissioner, but a former one, After she was no longer in office, she started, she was very concerned about a project being awarded. And she started talking to the members who were her friends on the county commission, bashing the company that was possibly going to get it, and lying, frankly, but misrepresenting things in any event. That company sued her, and she lost. She got a judgment against her for $4.4 million. And I was surprised because, you know, normally you as city council members have what we call privilege. It's not just First Amendment privilege to say what you want to inform the public, but it's a privilege in the interest of your city. So you're able to assert certain things regardless of if anyone else likes it or not, right? You have a privilege as a member of the council to say what you believe and to advocate how you want to advocate. But it doesn't extend necessarily to outright lies and to prevent people from getting contracts. So I thought that was an interesting case. Now, it's possible that her defense was very poor. I don't know, I didn't read the transcript, but I thought that was interesting. I also want to direct y'all to a statute because it relates to something Freddie was talking about, I think some of your questions, Councilmember Bain. It's Florida Statute Section 838.22. This is about bid tampering. So when we have bid issues, it's not just violations of our procurement, it's not just violations of the statutory ethics code I worry about. I worry about this statute, and I'm going to read subsection 1 to you. It is unlawful for a public servant or a public contractor, let's just worry about public servants. It's unlawful for a public servant to knowingly and intentionally influence or attempt to influence the competitive solicitation undertaken by any governmental entity for the procurement of services or commodities by either A, disclosing material information about the vendor's response, evaluation results before the information is public, altering or amending a submitted response. So those are the only, those are the two ways that bid tampering can occur. And there's a really famous case, I know Freddie knows about it, from 2012 in Miami Beach. I guess a guy named Gustavo Lopez. And this guy was the procurement director for the city of Miami Beach, and over a period of years, you know, he realized there's a lot of money in these contracts. There's a lot of money in procurement. If your cities are going to have weaknesses or corruption, it's going to be out of procurement, you know, commonly. And this guy, I don't know how he got all the vendors to do this, but they would pay him an initial fee, $3,000, $6,000, $8,000. And then once the contract gets awarded, he'd get another payment, $3,000, $4,000, $8,000. We all got in the wrong line of work, right, Freddie? Just kidding. But it gets worse. I mean, sometimes he would get percentages of the payments that, like on a $16 million construction project, he'd get 3% of every payment. Now, there's common sense issues with this, right? Like, how long can you get away with that kind of a crime? It involves a lot of people, but it's wrong, right? I mean, practicality aside, it's crazy. He was eventually caught and indicted, and you know, there was RICO. There were 18 counts of money laundering, 6 counts of bribery, 14 counts of unlawful compensation, 3 counts of bid tampering. You know, and he died before he ever had to serve a full sentence or anything. But it's an example of how things can go wrong. We have nothing like that in the city of Clermont. Okay, there's nothing like that. But we want to keep it that way. You know, you are a growing city, so your contracts are going to be getting bigger. Your procurement department is just going to keep getting busier. There's no way around that. The only way we can make sure to stay on the rails is to just play it by the book. Now, the flip side is, of course, you as city council members have policy preferences, and that's fine too. You come in, you have elections, people expect things of you. You've made commitments, but that's fine. Just like I've told the P&Z board, you're allowed to come onto the board with your policy preferences and to talk about those preferences. The only thing you can't do with those is you can't, you know, alter the process. You still have to defer to the process and trust the process. If we trust the process, I assure you, you know, the city business will be done and it'll be in the public interest. So, that's all I wanted to talk to you about. But I welcome any questions.
Also want to add something. Regarding the source sources, we don't take source sources at face value. We usually in RFI request for information to validate the source source itself. The way I do is I post it on GovDeals, send that to as many members as possible to obtain that data. When it comes back as no response, then we think it's really a source. And now it's also only approved for 1 year, so make the department jump through hoops every year. Not to submit a source letter every year, and submit a letter from the department saying that they approved the source source, then we verify every single year. So it's not just based on the source source.
Anybody else?
Yes, I have some questions, and these are probably related to legal. I think these are probably legal questions. So one of the statements that was made was that an RFP focuses on lowest price, best quality, and right time. And so I want to start with the P in RFP. It's my understanding that P stands for proposal. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was a big,
That was the bid, was price, quality, and right time. So that's an RFB.
and our bid RFP is following the lowest price, that means I work the same with quotes and RFP is based on a competition.
And you don't,
Give
and
me
you
that
aren't
language again. RFP versus RF what?
B,
B. Okay, an RFB.
so bid is.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen an RFB since I've been on council. Have we had any this year?
Oh, yeah.
RFB?
B,
Yeah. You
Do
get
they
all,
s-
you get every color out of
Do they
procurement.
say RFP on our agendas?
We've had them. A lot of them are on consent,
for
you know.
example, the Gulf going floating stock installation, that was a bid.
Okay. So let's talk about the Ps, the
Mhm.
RFPs. Do we have to accept the lowest bidder?
B is not based on the bid.
Okay.
B is qualification.
So an RFB first says who's the lowest price, and then how does quality, so the lowest price, okay, so this is what I'm trying to understand with procurement and where I get hung up perhaps on the dais. So let me go back to RFP for proposal. So my interpretation of proposal is that it is, I'm inviting businesses to make suggestions to us on things that could be done in a certain situation. Let me use, for example, since I don't think it's out, correct me if I'm wrong, cone of silence, I don't know if it's out or not, is when we had the proposal for the Victory Point property, my interpretation of that is that we are seeking input from the public for ideas, proposals for what could be done with that property, not necessarily a price and a timeline for delivery for a specific project. Can you speak to that understanding of what a proposal might be? In other words, I guess I'm asking, how do we, what is the methodology by which we invite the public and businesses to make recommendations, suggestions, ideas to us for what we could do with land?
Well, okay, so let me say a couple things. First of all, I'm not familiar with the specifics of what you just mentioned, the proposal or the project. But generally speaking, an RFP does have to be sufficiently specific to enable bidders to be on the same page about what you want and to provide proposals. So proposals that are too vague aren't really useful, and sometimes will not be upheld, or we have to give specifics about what we want. It's difficult to say, I've got a piece of land, here's a 1/4 acre, tell us what you think about it. That's really not an
That's
RFP.
what I'm asking.
It's
So-
really not an RFP.
So what
Which
would
is
be the
why on the parking
methodology?
garage, for example, is a good example of an RFP, because I think we gave guidelines about parking size. Yeah. It was specific, so it enabled the bidders, and that's why if we change it after the fact, a material term, we're gonna take 100 spaces out, we gotta rebid it. Or you wanna change the site, you have to rebid it.
So I want to stay at this high level for a second, and if I'm violating anything, you let me know, because I have no idea the status of this, okay?
It'd be wonderful to talk about something that's not
There-
necessarily,
Well, I don't know other, okay, so let's say Lake County donates to us that little triangle at the coast-to-coast trail head, potentially. And we say, we want a proposal for suggestions for operations of the Trailhead Park. But we don't really have a specific plan for it. We're just saying, hey, we want people to make suggestions for how we could have a really awesome Trailhead Park. I understand we could maybe hire a consultant and go with what the consultant says, but what if we say, well, we just want the public to make proposals to us for what you could do with this acre piece of property? Is that something that we have a methodology to do through procurement?
Well, I say no. Yeah.
So we would have to hire a consultant to say, these are your options, these are the ideas, and then we bid out the construction
There's-
and management?
Yeah, there's one exception, which is, I mean, it's really not an exception, but in the past 5 years, the Florida legislature has now enabled you to do what's called a, I forget what the actual term is, but it's like a solicitation of bid, where someone can come to us. Someone can come to us and say, I'd like to do X on this spot, here's
An
what I want to do.
unsolicited bid.
But then we're required to put it out for bid based on that, so that we allow other competitors, not just someone to get the steal.
Okay, so, thank you, that's helpful. So when someone comes in with a proposal, then, so when we're doing a proposal, my question is, I have several questions. Who, and I think this is probably a council question, I feel like this is going to go to council, but there's a legal answer first, or a process that's in place now. Who writes the content and standards of what it is that we are bidding out?
The specifications,
Yes,
so it depends. If it's construction, it would be the architectural engineer.
okay.
If it's something, not construction, the department, and my department work together to build the specifications.
In other words, we aren't coming up with stuff we don't know about. You know, we'll have some people who do know what they're talking about provide the specifications.
Do we use any outside third parties, experts in the industry to write these ever, or are we, it's limited by law to our staff?
We could use third parties, but they won't be able to bid on the project.
Okay,
If that happens. Most of the time, it's staff driven, they know what their needs are, they know the budget, come to us with what they want to, get, and we help them, get that. Or construction engineers.
If it's a design, if you've got an engineer on board that's designing something, you're looking for specifications, like put out the bid, that should be part of the contract that you have with your civil engineer or your architect. They help you develop those specifications, so they're all fair to everyone else on board.
you know what, I should clarify. I don't have any issues with what we do on the standard day-to-day part of our procurement at all. I think that it works well. I mean, you hear me in the, is it in budget? Did you, I don't have a problem with that. Where I'm coming from and how I'm approaching this is we're working on the 20, 30, 40-year plan for the city. And so for a temporary period of time, there's a need to hire professionals to help us figure out what to do. And so there's bids going out, and those bids sometimes are, in my experience on this council, being driven by staff and not coming to us before the bid goes out to identify what is the vision for that particular project. And so my questions really relate to, I believe I am tasked by the citizens to identify and protect the vision of the city, and we are in the process of working on that vision right now. And so deciding what to do with public property, some of the questions about what we're doing with how we communicate, these decisions are initiating at the staff level, and I feel like those should be starting at the visioning body, which is the council. Not the day-to-day, not you have a, is it in budget, do you need it, did you ask for it? Those, I'm not talking about. Some of the things where we've had rub on council related to procurement are really coming from these big picture items that aren't normal run-of-the-mill. These are things that are once every 10 years that we're having these questions, and we end up having a debate after we've put people through a whole process, God bless them, for going through months of process. And then it feels hard, I think, as you sit on the dais, to say, well, gee, you've gone through this process, but I don't even like the vision of it. And so what I'm trying to figure out is, in the who is first determining what standard goes in the bid. I'm not talking about day-to-day. I'm fine with that. I guess the question would be, when does a proposal need to come to council rather than initiate at staff? I think I need to go even higher on this process. Thanks for walking through it with me.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying. I think what you're articulating is that from your perspective, sometimes there's a translation issue between the vision and then the compatibility of the options that are presented. And we did have a discussion on, I remember the bids were rejected recently because
Yes.
it ran into that. I mean, staff, we have to try and translate as best we can what we think y'all's vision is. I think we do understand that will change in part based on what your comp plan process is and the discussions you're having going forward. But at the same time, the city business doesn't wait either.
Right.
So the vast majority of procurements that you see, you do not have a problem with, or have not had a problem
Right.
with, right? And you've said that.
Yeah, and we haven't had discussion over it.
So I think it's a matter of, we need to figure out what the policy is of the council in order to best serve it.
Would the council entertain, as part of our normal agenda packet, receiving a list of items that are currently or will be going out for bid? Is that something that we would entertain engaging? Because I would rather, if I see something that I go, oh wait, I have an opinion on this, I would rather be able to find that early in the process than later in the process, so that we can put it on the agenda or put it in a workshop. Whereas most of the things are going to be, serves two purposes. One, it gives us an early opportunity to say, wait, we want to talk about that. The other thing was, one of my notes, is this cone of silence. Like, people talk to me, if I don't know something's out for bid, I might well talk to them having no idea that there's even a bid or that they've submitted. I wouldn't even know that necessarily. And so it would be helpful if we had kind of just part of our normal packet. These are the things out now, and these are the things that are coming soon. Is that something that council would like to see? Do you think that would help? Because I share your angst, Mr. Bain, when we see things come up and we start it feels like we're questioning staff, and it's really like, no, we're more questioning what's the direction that we're going here, and we haven't even had the where are we going conversation. We're talking about how to get there, you know? I don't think it's
We're going to do that right now.
Can you hear her? She can't hear you.
Every week we do a weekly report, goes to the city manager's office, and we list all the bids and RFPs are in draft mode before it even goes out, what we're working on. They also list the ones already out, and it tells you when they're due. They also give you a list of the ones that have been finished, we're in the process of recommending award or process of evaluating the proposals. So that's what's being done right now.
So this might be then for Nicole or Rick, is that something that we can put in the agenda packet, so it's part of what we get when we have our meeting?
I think this is a great piece of the March workshop when we set a strategic direction and goal for the city manager, is to create that process through a goal of the city manager. I don't necessarily think that we as council need to set policy direction per se on every bid,
I agree.
but I think that if we have a direction, we want to see the city manager direct procurement, we ought to set that as a strategic direction and goal for the city manager. And then hold him accountable through that goal process and evaluation process to find out, are we meeting that? And if we're not, let's alter it. But I think it would buffer where council is either perceived or actually meddling in the day-to-day or the direction of staff, and really putting it more at the city manager level, which is where our policy direction and goal setting should, in my opinion, lie.
Yeah, no, I do believe the city manager is responsible for execution of the vision. I think this could be a temporary condition as we're working through the comprehensive plan. I think once there's a plan, it becomes easy. Stoney's applying for a $30 million, $15 million grant. Like, that's a big issue, but we know, fire is applying for, building a fire station, but we've already been over that. And I think there's just gonna be things over the next year that we didn't necessarily anticipate that would be coming, so that's kind of so the first kind of question is, you know, when does council need to be involved? And my answer to that is anytime it's related to vision. I think when you start dealing with real estate in the city, that becomes kind of an immediate trigger point, like if we're changing the use and function of real estate, I think that's one that I would say, and maybe we have a short list, to your point, Brian, of, you know, what are things that we say, oh, we want to be involved in that, you know, I might say anything related to trails, anything related to how we use real estate, you know, those kinds of questions. If we don't have a clear vision for that particular piece, then I'd like that to come to us before it goes out for a bid, because you're wasting staff's time at that, not you, but, you know,
Yeah.
we are wasting staff's time, we're wasting the public's time, the people who are submitting the bid. So that kind of high level thing. And then another thing, I guess I said it on the dais, and Nicole, I think I used you as an example, and so I apologize if I did, but it was a question, was one thing I would like to see, and I'm asking for as direction from this council, is when we have proposals that involve professional services, I would like to have an outside group on the evaluation committee for two reasons. One is these evaluations can take a great deal of time. And so when our department heads are the ones doing the evaluations frequently, especially with the volume that we have a lot of time that's being spent by department heads on these evaluation committees. And if the department heads are evaluating something of which they have no personal expertise, part of the criteria in the evaluations is to determine the quality of the applicant's experience in the business. And so I don't have any issue with staff determining they've done their paperwork, their license, that, you know, they're an appropriate business. But when we start talking about whether someone's good at
Well,
fill in the blank,
instead of doing what you're saying, shouldn't we just hire more people in the procurement so that's their job?
but we can't hire people who are experts in every industry. I mean, that's what I'm saying, is when we
But
have.
they don't have to be experts in every industry to be able to score based on the system that they have.
And that's what I'm saying, is distinguishing the system of have we met the criteria of being able to do business with the city? Totally agree. Have they been in business long enough? Have they done, you know, those kinds of criteria for sure. But there are elements of these bids that, and sometimes it's only, I'll say, 30%. Like when we evaluated the search firms. Candidly, as I went through the evaluation process, I used the same number as long as they met the criteria. I personally, when I was doing the ranking, I didn't rank them differently if they met the criteria. I treated each as a pass-fail, so that the result was on the can this business do business with the city, was that they all started at the same level. Then I was looking at what do I think as the quality of the firms. But sometimes what I see are differences in the rankings of some of the basic questions, like the, you know, years in business. It's not a good example because you can have more or less years. But, you know, do they have their, you know, what was their cover letter like? You know, look, did they write it? The cover letter's a cover letter, right? I mean, to some extent, there's a cover letter issue that it's a good cover letter, it's a bad cover letter, you know. But when we start getting into evaluating the experience of the professionals, I think it puts our staff in an uncomfortable position. And I think it also runs the risk that we're not necessarily getting the highest quality, because maybe staff doesn't know, like they might put on their application, here's people that I've worked with in the past. And if you don't have experience in the industry, you may not know that those people are actually some of the best and they've worked with some of the best. Now, as an evaluator, I have to go research all the people who are on their list because I don't necessarily know who they are. So what I'm saying is, if we can allow procurement, when we're dealing with professional services, to be able to say, this meets the criteria, but if we're dealing with something that's in our vision, if we're dealing with something that requires professional services, to have members of the community who have experience in that industry, who might volunteer their time to be on that evaluation committee. To your point, yes, they can't bid on it now, but okay, they can't bid on it.
And don't we have that now already?
Yes.
Because,
Well,
and let me use this as an example. I think both Councilmember Myers and I were on a bid process. She, as I think, as a council member at that point, and I as a citizen, and we were appointed by the council when it was brought to the council that city staff, someone made the recommendation that a council member, and I think there were two of us,
Yes.
as citizens,
Yes.
private citizens, be added to this review committee
Yeah.
and be appointed by the council. So I think we have a process in place for
Correct.
that already.
Yes.
We have a process in place, but we haven't used it since I've been on the dais. And if we don't know that there's no point, that's why I started with, when is this a special project? I guess you might say. And then when do we need experts involved? If we're simply saying, like, the reason we've had conflict from the dais on some of these is because there was a disagreement. I mean, otherwise we wouldn't have had debate on some of these applications. I mean, that's just the reality. Like, the proof is in the pudding in that respect. So how can we create a policy and a process for staff to follow that avoids that end result by early on in the process identifying, yes, council needs to appoint experts or a member of council. Like, I guess I would say, when do you say when we need someone outside of our own expertise?
Yep. So the process is already there to do so. It's just a matter of, like you said, using it. So whenever, like I said, we do weekly reports that says what we're working on, what's in draft mode, what's coming up next, what's out for bid right now. So before it's out for bid, well, it's in draft mode, you can let the city manager know, hey, we want to pull this out, we want members of the public to be part of the committee,
Yeah.
X, Y, Z members. And we definitely do that, that's not a problem.
Yeah, so how do we know when to do that? That's, I guess, the question that I'm asking is, how do we know when to do that? And we're responsible for oversight, right? So unless we're just rubber stamping everything, this is part of the oversight process. So I'm saying, like, how does Freddie know this is something we need to bring in other people? What process can be in place so where it's not his discretion? Because as soon as it becomes his discretion, then we run the risk of feeling that we are stepping on toes because it's discretionary. If we know there's things that, as council, we want to be able to take direction on or have input on, I mean, how do we know, how does he know when he needs to bring in outside people?
Yeah, I'm not sure that I have the answer to the specific question outside of saying, my preference would be to create and use this time between now and March in our workshop
Yeah.
for the strategic direction and goal setting for the city manager to formulate how we could put that into a goal or a policy we want to see implemented and something that we could then evaluate the city manager based off of. Use this time to have those conversations and I guess, Mr. Suarez, if there's any best practices out there of information that kind of relates to this that you could share with us to help
Sure.
us.
Yep.
Because I think you've done an exemplary job of sharing data and resources with us to prepare for today, that if there's additional information that you can provide that would help us work through these concerns so that ultimately the end goal is a process that is inclusive, is transparent, going back to the conversation from before, but also achieves the goals that the council has set
Yeah.
for direction of the process.
Yeah,
And
because-
that can then, work with the city manager to implement.
Because there is a general fear that I have that, okay, it's already out, it's being bid, I didn't get any say on the direction of a thing, and yet I'm responsible for the vision. And so, in my conversations with, Ms. Van Wagner and Mr. Waugh, it's like, well, why are we scoring it this way? Why are we emphasizing this? Why was it written this way? And I'm asking questions because there was no input at the beginning versus now you're 3 months into the process and we say, okay, we'll send it back. We're going to start over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that just goes to how we have our structure of form of government. We're a city manager form of government. The council provides direction to the city manager, and we can create that direction. If the majority of the council says, this is your goal, this is your direction we want you to work on, implement that, then we should do that through the city manager and not necessarily directly with staff and department heads. Would be my recommendation.
I'm not suggesting we
Yeah.
talk to the department heads. I'm referring to when Freddie might bring it to us.
Okay, it says pre-budget priorities. Who do you have lined up first for that? Rick, Mr. Van Wagner, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna handle that.
You're gonna handle that? Okay.
Are we ready to move on to that?
I would like us to move on, and then we can take a lunch break. I'm thinking 12 or 12:15, if we could try to move it along, if everybody's okay with that.
Right. Well, good, actually, it's still morning. Good morning, council. It's been a lot of productive conversations so far today. What we would like to do with this section of the agenda is to go over pre-budget priorities, and I sent everybody an email out, and I think everybody got a copy of that. What I'd like to do first is kind of go around the room and get everybody's just one or two examples of what are the strengths we have and some of the challenges we are dealing with as a city. I know Nathan has been doing that, and some of the council members have attended some of these charrette information sessions, and that's the questions that we're asking the public. But we haven't asked staff yet or council yet, so I'd like to kind of get that out first, and then after that, we'd like to go around and share from the department heads what our needs are over the next 5 years. Some of them might be wants, some of them might be needs, but we'll separate those out. But just so council has on the radar some of the things that we know we're going to need to budget for over the next 5 years or so. And then more importantly, want to get councils, I want all the council to tell us their top 2, 3, 5, whatever priorities or programs that they would like to see thrown in the budget over the next 5-year budget. And then we'll do a sticker exercise where you all have sticky notes in front of you, and each one of you also has a Sharpie and a highlighter. If you could just, once we write all the stuff up on these pages up here, these sticky note pages, we'll have council go up there and rank where they feel all of these fall in, and then ultimately by next council meeting, we'll take all the data, we'll present it to council as, here's all the projects that we heard at this workshop, here's where they fall in as far as the consensus of council, where they fell in rank-wise, 1 through however many we have on there. So with that being said, is there any questions before we get started? Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead and we'll go around the room and just, if you can, where's our Debbie? Sorry, we need your great handwriting expertise, because you definitely don't want me writing up there. I can't even read my own handwriting. So, wherever you'd like to start, man. All right, Brian, you.
Scott has the good one.
And it's
All
okay
right,
to
so
repeat what you've heard already if
Just
that's your
for strengths and challenges, and I'll stay Parks and Rec focused. So a strength is the growth that we've realized in usage of the ARC over the last few years. I sent that information out a couple months ago. So the challenge.
Wait, let's do strengths first, and then we'll come back and do challenges.
Oh, okay.
If you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay.
Done.
Thank you. Debbie, did you catch what Brian said?
Our employees are I think, our greatest strength, the city.
I definitely concur with that, but then economically, we're in a city and a region that's economically strong, we're experiencing some growth, and while that presents challenges, it also provides some financial flexibility to us in our planning.
Sean McNulty with Building Services. Fairly new to the city, just getting past my 3-month mark, but I see a lot of positives and just in my own world, the construction industry and the economic well-being of the city is great and good.
I think staff is the strongest for my department, at least. Without them, I couldn't do what I do every day on a daily basis. So I will say staff is our strength.
I would say employees that we have working here. I think that is our strongest asset, is the people that work in this wonderful city that we call home.
I say staff, but I also think we have 5 council members that are very passionate about the future of the city and passionate about how the city operates and functions and how we're perceived. So I think our 5 council members are actually a pretty high strength on that.
I'm going to kind of go along with what a lot of folks have said. I think one of our biggest strengths is our personnel. Specific to that, the culture that we have within the organization, their commitment to providing the best level of service that they can to our community. In addition to that, another one of our strengths is, sorry, a senior moment, lost my thought there. One of the other strengths that we have is the community support that we have to the organization. It's everywhere we go within the community.
Are we talking just the city?
Oh.
Okay. Maybe not. With regards to just. No, it's not. Thank you. I would say that our staff ditto that. But also the biggest strength I think we face right now is the opportunity to have a real effect on the future of what Clermont is and the direction that it takes. I think is a huge strength, opportunity for us here in the city.
Good morning. The biggest strength I will say as the police chief is the community support. The amount of community support that we have throughout the Clermont makes it very easy for everyone who serves this community to serve. So I'm very appreciative for all the community support and then the staff. Staff is definitely second as to how we're able to carry out the vision and the mission on a daily basis.
I would agree with a lot of the comments that have been made from Scott from the economic side of things. We're seeing some tremendous growth on the economic side of things for Clermont's financial base, which I think is pivotal for our future. And we're seeing that grow astronomically right now, and very excited about the businesses that are coming to town as well. Our area is perceived as a light to a lot of places, and so I would say the existing citizens have created that, and new people are adding to that. So we're a beacon on a hill, if you will, where people are drawn to this place, whether it's the lakes, whether it's the parks. You could just go on and on and on and on and on. When you sit with new people, they have so many wonderful things. People get excited when they move to Clermont. They're not coming with their feet, not wanting to move. They have great excitement. I look around the room. I've had the privilege of being with the staff here for 14 months. These directors know what they're doing. They've done an exceptional job in their expertise in their areas, and they have staff under them that have done an exceptional job. And a lot of these folks have great passion. It's not just a job. So I would say to you, passion is a driving force, and I would most certainly say our council is passionate. So I think that's a word that's probably radiates in this community as passionate, but I think if we can continue to exude that, we're going to cross a lot of barriers in a positive way.
I think that Clermont, gosh, a city on a hill, you took it, Rick, dang it. I think Clermont is a symbol of freedom and hope for a lot of people. Images of residents of Clermont with the American flag on their back as they compete in the highest level of international competition is not lost on many people in this city. Everybody here obviously is not an Olympian. Everybody here is obviously not an athlete. There's no doubt about that. But the symbolism of that, the lakes, the hills, I've been going to the meetings, the pre-charrette meetings, and when Nathan asks people, where else would you live? They have no answer. They are in Clermont because they want to be in Clermont. That's amazing. It's amazing. I didn't think that. I've always heard we're a bedroom community to Orlando. No, we're not. People come here because we are a symbol of freedom and hope. And I think that's huge.
I'll second what Rick was really emphasizing, which is when I look at cities, I look at there's about a list of 10 things that most people generally want out of their community. And Clermont offers those at a greater degree than 95% of the communities around the country. And what do they want? They want safe places where they can raise their children, where they can get good health care, where they have economic opportunities, where they can experience nature, when they're connected to the outside world. You know, you go down that list and all the boxes are checked. So there shouldn't be a big surprise about why we've experienced great growth over the last 30 years here. All the boxes are being checked by people from all over the country. I've learned a lot from listening to the people in these pre-charrette outreach meetings. One of the things that was said last night that I thought was really intriguing that I hadn't heard before was how this community's kind of special because everybody sort of chose it. In other words, it's very rare for me to have people who've been here before, let's say, 1995. Most of the people have chosen it over the last 30 years, and they've come from all sorts of different places, and the people were talking about how they thought that was a generally good thing, that they didn't all come from New York, or they didn't all come from Chicago, or something. They were coming from all over because they recognized the value here. It gets a little dicey once we get to the threats, which will be the next question, but there's lots of things, but it's almost like a chorus. The first thing that people say is we love the lakes and the hills, and we love the small town charm of Clermont, that they choose this place as opposed to living in the midst of a city. A lot of them were fleeing the congestion of other places to be here. And so, anyhow, I agree with those strengths as articulated.
This one on, okay. Not to sound a bit repetitive, but I do have great employees. It was the strength of our city here. For the Clermont itself, it's the geographical location. It's the hills, the lakes. We are in the center of Florida. 70 miles that way you get to a coast, 70 miles that way you get to a coast. So that is a huge strength I see for Clermont.
From public services standpoint, we're customer-based, and I think our staff understands that, and they're our strength, because either people in this room, they know the role to our citizens. I see it every day. I get the emails of the job that they do, so I definitely think it's our staff.
I definitely think, I would say strategic location, but along with that, your relationships with interlocal agreements and the cities. I've been surprised, and in a good way, the relationships, the police department interlocals, the rate, what the city frankly has done but doesn't need to do for Groveland and Mineola and other places, Montverde, in terms of utilities. So I think interlocal relationships. think, I don't view it as a weakness, but I view it as a challenge processes. You know, when surgeons adopted a checklist for how they clean their hands and everything, deaths went down. When pilots adopted a checklist before taking off, deaths went down. So I think one of the challenges as Clermont grows is adopting the right processes, not just in procurement, which we've talked about at length, but in everything.
Challenge, staff is great, but a challenge is getting staff. And how do we get staff here and keep staff here? It's been one of the biggest challenges at Public Services. I don't know what's changed over the years, if the cities fell behind on how we recruit our benefits. I know that we adjusted pay, but I've got folks over here with the city. I've got 3 generations of over here. So that says a lot about what had happened in the past, but we've got to figure out and get that challenge and get our employees here and keep them here.
Our biggest challenge is being addressed currently. We have an older comp plan and an old code, so we're addressing that right now. So that's what we're dealing with.
The biggest challenge that I see for the community is that we're at a pivot point from a prosperity and economic development perspective. You know, if you look back at our history, we were planting citrus for about 100 years. As soon as that sort of went away, we've been planning essentially subdivisions. Real estate development has been our number one industry. And the way that we've developed those subdivisions, for the most part, are in some terms viewed as the last harvest of the land from an economic development perspective, meaning that because of the way they're laid out, because of the HOA framework, they're not really subject to redevelopment in the future. So that means that as we are running out of land to develop, and as we have existing lands that are not easy to redevelop, we're limited to what we can do from a real estate perspective, which means that while real estate may have been our number one focus for the last 30 years, it's really not on schedule for that to continue for a long time into the future because of the way that we've grown. And so I think the biggest challenge and the biggest threat is not planning ahead for how we transition to a more ultimately resilient economy, one that's not as fragile as one that's 100% based on citrus or 100% based upon real estate development. And that means coming up with essentially an orientation or economic focus that will be our strength. And so right now I see that as the biggest. The lower ones that are more immediate that people talk about is clearly traffic is their number one concern out there. They don't know what to do about it. And so that's something that has to be dealt with. And the other thing is they feel as though the reasons why they've come here are under threat, meaning that there's less nature to enjoy, and the small town charm that Clermont has had in the past is getting less and less, even though they appreciate the amenities that have come with the growth. So that's what I would say.
I would say the greatest challenge we have is not to fall into complacency. You know, over the last year, we've figured out our finances in a way that demonstrates publicly that we have financial, not only solvency, but I would suggest that we are a wealthy city. And that makes it easy for all sorts of different people to try to achieve their own personal interests or gain, or to relax. And I think that's where complacency becomes our greatest threat, is that we don't finish the good work. It's very easy when you start a very difficult process to have early success and to think you're finished, and then to just stop because it's hard work. And so I think that's our greatest threat, and also the challenges. I think we have a lot of work left to do. We're working on the next 20 to 30 years. We're working on a community that our grandchildren will live in. And if we decide to make it about ourselves, then our grandchildren probably won't be living here with us.
I hear traffic as one of the main issues when I'm in the community. I'm hopeful to bring something before the council soon. Commissioner Parks and I are working through some ideas, some other counties that we want to bring to the table as some options to make it better but not get rid of it. And I share the economic side. It's a strength right now, but it has to be constantly focused on, whether it's grants, whether it's economic development, being very intentional. It's not going to just continue because it has. It's got to be super intentional, laser focused. So that's one of my concerns. And then we did something at the last council meeting that I thought was very beneficial. Our Chief Azell brought us a plan for the fire department to give us a blueprint or a vision as a team or a council for y'all to look at, to try to give us some vision on where we want to go. And I think one of our greatest, my hope and desire is that we can get that picture of where we want to go in a more clarified way. And I believe in all of us that we can accomplish that if we do it together.
The challenge I see for the police department moving forward would be maintaining the same level of service that the community has grown to expect. And I say that because we have a large number of personnel who are able to retire within the next 3 years. So it's attracting new talent and then maintaining. Will be a challenge in the future, but I'm confident that we'll be able to overcome it and move forward with that.
Don't let this go to your head, Mr. Waugh, but I completely agree with your statement about processes. I think we're kind of at a point in our community's growth, and I don't mean that from a standpoint of number of houses or number of residents, but just maturity even in existence, that things become more complex or more detailed, that if we don't start to set some things in place now, it just makes that a little bit more difficult for us and for our future us sitting around this table in 10, 15, 20 plus years to do. Along that same lines, I'll say, I think our biggest opportunity is how do we give deference to and respect our past while acknowledging where we are in our present, but then also planning and preparing for our future, and balancing all of those things, and not becoming complacent in how we do things or how we used to do things or how we've always done things, but also acknowledging letting go has true meaning to some people when it's something that they feel very strongly about or we're a part of, and how do we work through that as we experience our maturity as a community.
I'm going to go with our biggest challenge being managing the growth. There's the obvious piece of the increase in traffic, expansion of services, and everything else. It's something I experienced here a couple months ago when we had the additional positions authorized. We were looking to bring on 18 new firefighter positions. So you consider that each one of my shifts was previous to that staffed with 25 personnel. We were going to be adding 6 additional people to each shift. That's basically a 25% increase into the size of the shift. And to be honest, it scared the hell out of me. I started thinking about it. I'm like, how are we going to maintain the culture? And that was one of the reasons that we started having conversations and ended up in strategic planning. Because if we're not being intentional and very clear with our new employees on who we are as an organization, it's going to become something different, and it's not going to be of our own choosing. And to Rick, with your point, I think having a clear vision for the city is something that'll help us resonate around that. And when we have new employees come in, and Stoney, when you go from 240 to 340, you're able to tell your people, this is who we are as an organization. And we can imprint that on our new folks, and we can maintain that charm that we've got here. To Nathan's point, the small town charm that we have. I mean, a lot of that is due to what we are as a city, as an organization. And that's something that we're going to have to be very intentional and very strategic about if we want to maintain that going forward.
Very well said. I think for biggest challenges, I'm not going to say the microphones and the batteries. That was going to be on my topic, but I think one of our biggest challenges is, quite honestly, our term limits and our terms. We have such short terms on a 2-year terms. It's hard to get stuff done and keep that momentum going. We've had projects that have been lingering for 10, 15 years because it changes constantly up on the dais, and the direction changes constantly. So having longer terms, I think, would be great. It's not easy to do, and I know we've tried it in the past, but I think that is something that's holding us back as a challenge of getting us to the next level.
I would say the traffic, because that's the big issue you hear from citizens all the time, and our growth, managing our growth. As many people have already said, we have to be intentional with the projects that we take. We have to be intentional, as Mr. Van Wagner said, about impartation of the new employees coming in so that the spirit stays there, that you want to keep. Because as you know, as an organization gets bigger and bigger and bigger, that's how things can get lost, because you have to be intentional. So there are certain things that you all will have to do to be intentional, to have that impartation, to remain with the employees that work here, if you want that type of spirit to still be here, so to speak. It's at that pivot where you can go, yay, we're going to go this way, or no, we're not. Because as you said, people like the small town charm. When I first moved here, and now I feel it's a shift. You know, when we first moved here, that's what drew us, was the hills, the small time, town feel. And then it got big, and that feel left a little bit, but I see it's back with the people who are here. So it's that being intentional that we have to do, that impartation of different things that you can do with traditions and different things that you can help to make that spirit still feel in the city.
I'm going to ditto what Christian mentioned earlier. I'm going to add to that. Also, from my department point of view, as the city grows, so does demand also grows for more bids, more quotes, more RFPs. And so the staff we have right now for the last 5-10 years is not going to cut it if we keep growing at this rate. So I would say staff needs to bring it up to par.
I'll probably repeat several things that have already been said, but managing growth is a big one. But probably jump on the Christian bandwagon that to do that, those policies and procedures need to be. I'm a huge procedure person and always with an eye for improvement, no matter how good we are, always looking to make it that much better. But again, all the challenges that have been kind of spelled out here, I feel like all of our strengths counter a lot of those. So again, I go back to the direction that we're moving is really good.
So being at the tail end, I'll repeat a little bit, but put a little bit different spin on it. First off, I appreciate Mr. Van Wagner's comments that about strategic planning. That could be invaluable and tied together a lot of things we're talking about today through a policy, through a budget document, because budget document's not just numbers, it's policy document, it's a planning document. We took a fantastic step forward last year with budgeting, but we can take it to the next level at a strategic management level. Here we go. On staffing front, as Freddie just said, there's an increase in volume of work. That's undeniable, and that's prevalent in all of our administrative departments. But in addition to that, at what point, to go kind of piggyback off Councilmember Meyer's point, at what point do you have demands for new positions, such as perhaps an internal auditor, which we do not have? At some point in time, that could be beneficial to the city. At some point in time, maybe sooner rather than later, we might want some type of analyst position to step up our game with reporting and analytics for council and the public at large. So it's not just about increasing in volume, it's about increasing demand for services. And then the third thing is is the fear of the unknown. We don't know what's going to happen at the state level with the legislature, property taxes. We don't know what we don't know. So that fear of unknown is always prevalent in the back of my mind.
Well, I will add to the conversation on the strategic planning and that sort of thing. Call it cheesy or whatever you want, but I would like to see a common set of values. As far as I know, the city hasn't listed what our values are, so I'm sure that would be part of the process. And then to echo what Stoney mentioned, and what a lot of people have mentioned, is to continue to remain competitive. It's well known that it's hard for public sector to compete with the private sector. So a lot of us, employees come here for our benefits. So just to make sure that we can continue to attract and retain our employees.
Right. And I'll finish up with a challenge and an opportunity, which is the land between the boat ramp and Hiawatha is a unique piece of property, especially in Central Florida, and the opportunity to develop that, I know is something in a cohesive way. And to get everybody on the same page, it's been a challenge for Meet in the Middle. So to extend that for another mile is and have everybody on the same page, that's definitely a challenge.
Okay, thank you. Before we break for lunch, we haven't heard from IT or the clerk's office because they're not sitting at the table. So Wayne, Nicole, do you have anything to add for strength?
I have been chasing batteries profusely here and running the YouTube stream, so it's been a little busy back here. But I think that it's just important to say for IT, we need to stay on top of current technology. We need to stay on top of current threat vectors, the things out there that are going to affect our productivity here in the city. Every single thing that you've heard today adds in some way or another depends on IT to make that happen. If those lights aren't on, if those internet connections aren't working, none of it really happens effectively. So I think for us, the biggest thing moving forward is staffing appropriately, keeping on track of keeping on top of those trends, and making sure that the city is well protected. Those are the primary goals.
Nicole, did you have anything to add?
Not really. The obviously strength, staff, community. Challenges, it's the growth. It's the need, putting more need on staff. Things are coming, records requests are coming in higher, lien certificate. Everything is coming in a lot more than it used to, even just months ago. So the need to keep up with that growth.
So we're going to break, and we will come back at 12:45.
everybody. Hope you enjoyed the lunch. Those were some huge sandwiches. They were very good. But hope everybody enjoyed it. We're going to go ahead and get started on this second half. So what we're going to do now is we're going to, just as a quick reminder on the email I sent out, that our goal is to get out of here at 3 o'clock today because we got it set up for one of the pre-workshops for tonight. So in lieu of time, what we're going to do first is we're going to go around and ask each department head if there's any big ticket projects or programs that is on the radar for the next 5 years. We're not going to go into any real detail about them, just to have these items on a list. So when councils is going through their list of stuff that they want to do in the next 5 years, it'll just be something that we can all keep in mind, that stuff that some of it we have to budget for, some of it we want to budget for. So Freddie, do you want to kick it off? Do you have anything? You have nothing? Okay. No, just one sheet's fine. Scott, do you have anything?
So something that is certainly at the forefront of my mind is our ERP system, which is our citywide fiscal management system, which encompasses everything from utility billing to payroll to HR, asset management, GL, of course. So it's a citywide software platform. We're at a crossroads with that, in my opinion, to where we can continue to invest in our current platform, which we've had nearly 20 years, or seriously entertain migration to a new platform. But that's what I foresee in the next couple of years.
Okay.
Scott, what was the platform that we funded last year? Are those related?
So our ERP system is Tyler Technology Munis version. We went with a module for budgeting outside of Tyler called OpenGov, which is what procurement uses for their procurement management. Well, Tyler Munis is our citywide ERP platform. We use it for, that's where our GL, our financial system, is based. It's where we, everything from payroll is processed, to our requisition system, to utility billing and collections. It is our primary software platform for probably 80% of our daily business across the entire city.
So let me say it back to you, see if I have it right. The additional funding that we provided for fiscal year 26 was for like an add-on to that Tyler platform, and what you're suggesting is we need a different platform sometime in the next few years.
I'm suggesting we need to do a deep dive evaluation as to whether our current platform is sufficient and we continue to invest in additional modules for it, or we look at an entire different platform altogether that provides similar, perhaps better services.
And is that like a consultant that needs to be hired, or is
Sorry, I
that,
couldn't hear the first part.
is that like a consultant that you're gonna need, or how would you do the deep dive, I guess? What do you need from council?
Well, my preference would be to, yes, bring in some outside consultant, someone affiliated with like a GFOA or an ICMA or someone of that nature to provide an operational analysis across our daily activities. That can be quite pricey. Or we could go about it at the staff level, which of course is time consuming, and through our own research and our own networking, we could try to come to a consensus and a determination.
And what's the timeline on that you'd like us to be considering?
Finance department's in a good place right now, so I think if we're going to handle this analysis at the staff level, we could get started on that later this year. But if we do come to whatever route we take, if we come to the decision that we are going to migrate, that would be likely an 18-month to 2-year process. It could be disruptive both internally and externally to our customers, and we would likely be pushing a $500,000 investment on that. So it's a big decision.
Has Wayne weighed in on this with you? Because this is like an IT thing too, right?
Not in depth. We've talked about it at a very high level, but we haven't gotten very far into that thought process as of yet.
And some of these projects that you're going to hear go around are going to be just very we'll discuss in more detail when it gets closer to the budget, but right now, it's just kind of just keep in your mind
Yeah.
as we go around.
Councilwoman Strange, so much of this stuff is driven by the process in the beginning of this, and it should be. And then it'll get to me once they decide what the process needs, and then I'll work out the technical details to make sure it fits.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing from HR.
Hi, good afternoon. All right, before I give any kind of list of my extensive list of projects, I do need a little direction from council because our designers of Meet in the Middle are waiting for information. I sent an email the other day regarding the art walk, the continuation of the art walk through the De Hoya property down to where Meet in the Middle is. And there were two options. One is to have the little jog to the west of the art walk as it crosses when it gets over Mineola, and then the park, the design of the park would shift over 2 feet, or keep the art walk going straight and shift the park, the elements of the park 18 feet to the east. So I just kind of need an answer on, I know you sent an email on that. Mayor and Allison and Brian and Chandra, I don't know where you guys are on whether you want the art walk going straight or you're okay with the little going off center. Okay. I don't think there was a cost. I'm not aware of a cost difference. Overall, it's just a design preference.
Well, I look at it as we don't have the De Hoyos property under contract yet, let alone under our control. And we still have DPZ doing the downtown plan. I'm going to continue to take the position that we should wait on DPZ to decide, to communicate to us what they see as the best plan for downtown before we start making decisions about what we should do with the downtown roads and paths. And so I think those two issues are kind of standing in our way, is lack of control over one of the parcels and lack of input from DPZ. Did they or ABA weigh in on this question?
No, I may have forwarded it to Shane, but no.
I mean, we're spending a lot of money to get their advice. I continue to say, it's not that I don't want to give you an answer or give you direction, it's just I think you have much more qualified people than me to give that direction.
Okay.
My preference, I guess I didn't realize you needed an answer in an email format rather
Sorry, no,
than
it didn't have to be an email.
A council meeting giving direction manner, so I'll provide that to you. I'll respond back to you then.
Okay, it didn't, and I apologize, it didn't have to be responding in an email. It was just, I was just sharing the information to get eventual feedback.
As for me, I don't have any problem with, I know I looked at everything, option 1 and option 2. I know we don't have the De Hoya property just yet, and hopefully we'll still be able to get in there. So if the art walk can still line up and enter into the park as play, I still would like to see that pier move to the east as far as possible. Okay, I think that's one of the options and everything.
Okay.
Because I feel like we need to move ahead with this project and get it going, because we've been working on this project for over 5 years now. It need to get done. Get these people off our backs. I hear people still complaining about it. But keeping it to the east, keeping the pier portion to the east, it'll give us more room for expansion in the future if we have to do it towards adding slips and everything. And we won't have to worry about salt sack property over there as much.
Do you have, Councilmember Myers, do you have a thought or?
Good to see it.
Brian,
Can I get back to you?
can I interrupt just real quick? You may not know that DBZ, when they did the parking study, already configured another possibility, which would be an option 3, but they weren't consulted on it. So it may be something that everybody would like to see what they do later this week, since it's
literally
Okay,
just a week.
we could, yeah, I could push off, I could push off the design team, it's fine. Okay. Parks and Rec stuff, so obviously meet in the middle and how we're gonna go forward with that over the next few years. Lincoln Park, the Lincoln Park neighborhood has been asking for a community center since before I've been here, which is now 4 years. So that's something, you know, for the next, to kind of move forward with or to address in some way. Also, another thing that we're working on, this is in this year's budget, is the Bishop Field design and demolition is in this year's budget. And then next year, the plan is to now rebuild it. And so, you know, there are options on to how we rebuild Bishop Field. Is that, are we going to build another building where the bleachers and the restroom and the storage is now? Or are we going to have bleachers with a fabric shade structure and a separate restroom building and a sign? Obviously, one is way more expensive than the other. So I don't know if there's any, this is not you guys aren't prepared to provide feedback, I understand, but if that's something you give some, if you have some thought on it immediately, great. If not, that's something we're going to be asking for feedback on.
My recollection was we approved $1 million for Bishop Field for reconstruction this year. I'm concerned that we might be looking at $1 million just for demolition. Can you give clarity on what you
No,
mean?
there wasn't $1 million this year. It was, you know, off the top of my head, it was $600,000. $100,000 was for design, and then $500 was demolition and start, and then it was pushed over 2 years. The project was pushed over 2 years. I know Scott doesn't have that right in front of him, but that's what was done in the budget.
Have you had anybody give you a design build quote for it?
No, I don't have a design build quote on it.
Okay, and Christian's gone. Is Christian gone?
No, he's coming back, I believe.
Okay. So this is where procurement, like, question would come into place. There are people who build ballparks, and then there are people who bid on building ballparks who have never done it before. And most ballparks that get built by people who would do something of this size would do a design build. So how does that work in procurement? What I wanted to say to Brian was, hey, do you want me to send you some people that you can get quotes from? But I don't want to do that because I'm afraid I'm going to cross any lines here. But how do we handle this situation where we're trying to save money and do it cost effectively and also get the right people in there? What do we do? How do I help him? How do you help me? You know. And so how would we determine if they're qualified? Like, would we say they've done more ball fields than anyone else?
Yeah,
Or
we
how
have
would that
set a
work?
criteria, develop something that's similar to that, that will, you know, ensure we'll get good contracts.
Well, I asked this because when Hancock Park was redone about 10 years ago, the contractor who did the work had never done ball fields before. I had to stand at that dais and tell the council, your experts down the street weren't even consulted, your largest client down the street wasn't even consulted, and this is not good for us.
That's probably a bid, lowest price bidder, most likely.
That's
But if
my
you do an
concern.
RFQ, it's different. So, yeah, we can do an RFQ.
Would it help you if we authorize, like, what do we have to do to start that? Because we put money in the budget for
Yeah,
you.
we can do an RFQ. Together with him and give level something. So it's about £100.
We'll talk later tomorrow.
And I'd encourage a design build from someone who's worked on at least 10 different ballparks across Central Florida.
Okay, sounds good.
Brian, on Bishop Field, what did we do to try to,
I'm sorry?
on Bishop Field, what have we done to try to maintain it, keep it as a historical perspective for the city?
Okay, so yeah, that could be that's part of what I was asking. So we don't have a design for it yet. That's why I was looking for a little feedback on the design. So
I totally agree. We need to do something. That field is older than I am. With you now. It's older than I am, but it has never had not too much work. The stands and everything is pretty much the same it was when I was a kid. But we need to do something, but I would like to maintain the historical aspect of it.
okay. So and that would be something that when we speak to who's ever going to design the field, then that would be part of the thing, create a historical field.
I would support that. And along this vein, you know, Mr. Mayor, after we had our budget workshop and we approved the funding, I called Ryan Ritchie at Lake County Tourism, and he spoke with Russ Matt Baseball, which is a large college baseball program that takes place in the spring and summer, and they would love to be here. So we already have a client who's ready to come in and pay, but we need to get it moving. So you have my support, and I love the idea of it being a vintage field.
Okay, so the other project that we have, and this is going to be an extended expense we talked about from in the budget workshops last summer, is converting all of the field lights and court lights to LED that haven't been converted yet. And that is something that we're looking at lease to own. That RFP is just out. So we'll probably be making a recommendation probably May, based on they're due in April. The proposals are due in April, so probably in May. But that's something that we're going to be looking at spending $200,000 or $300,000 a year for the next 10 to 20 years to get all that done.
The gentleman here about can help you with a grant with that too.
I don't know if they still have it. But we did the lighting grant. I think we did it twice. We did one at Park Palace and we did one at Hancock.
We've done, we did that for Felter. Yes, we did that one for the softball field at Felter. The other things I've talked about, and we'll see if ABA Ethos agrees, is a field house. I've been talking about that for quite a while. And then we have the RFP out for artificial turf to convert Felter Park, the multipurpose field, to artificial turf. So as that comes in, I'm expecting that there's going to be more people in the community that are asking for other fields to convert to artificial turf. So we're just going to have to keep an eye on that. And that's probably those are probably the big things. Oh, one more thing, McKinney Park. If there's gonna be a redesign of McKinney Park. That's it, that's all I got. It's nothing, it's just a couple dollars.
When you say redesign,
It's just,
redesign of McKinney Park, you say?
yes.
In what respect?
Well, just it could be any respect. So, yeah, I think maybe a landscape architect could come in, we want to change the layout, we want to change what we offer, put a new pavilion in there, put a new restroom in there, new playground, new parking, so anything could be done with that space, so.
Well, we pretty much redid McKinney Park within the last 10 years, well, I would say 10, 15 years anyway. Of course, but one of my concerns is, and I was out there the other day and noticing that the material around the playground equipment need to be replaced again. And we just replaced all the playground equipment about 4 or 5 years ago. Same thing with a couple other parks I've been in. So, and I know that can be a big expense as well, getting all the ground cover and all the equipment and everything. So maybe want to go back and look at all the parks. I know McKinney Park. I think I was at the park over at Chestnut Street as well, looking at some of that, and then down at Park Palace.
Okay.
So, oh, you got it all. Okay. See, you don't talk about it.
All right.
So.
That's all. That's my list. So.
Melinda, you have anything?
Not
Yeah.
all of them, but you got some.
Okay. All right, Stoney, it's to you.
And
It's to you.
another thing I want to throw out there for the park and rec, and I know we don't have the land for it, but we still have this big request out there for cricket pitch and everything. And them guys been out there for about 15 years now for a cricket pitch. And I didn't realize we need so much land for a cricket pitch. But, that community is still asking.
I think there's one going in at the South Lake Regional Park.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, I was told that too,
Yeah.
that they're supposed to be putting one out there.
Yeah, it's almost done. It's in the final process of phase 1 being done, so that should help.
Yeah, well, if we get one out, if they put it in out there, that would help a bit, quite a bit, because they don't mind going out there. I spoke to a couple people and seen it's supposed to be out there.
Yeah.
But I didn't hear confirmation. I didn't realize it needs so much land.
And we have the National Parks and Rec Association doing its assessment as well, and so I don't want to presume that this is the end of your list, because I have a feeling there's going to be a lot more on that we're going to have to look at for the next 5 to 10 years.
And that's what we expect when we get around to council's thoughts. Stoney, what do you have?
All right, so just focusing on the general fund, one of the things that has changed over the years is how we can pay for some of our pavement preservation, and one of them being our rejuvenator. It's one of the products that we put on fairly new roads to keep them looking new and extend the long for life of it. So we're looking at $160,000 for that. And the second thing is, if anybody's messed with this air conditioner at City Hall, is to replace this air conditioner system here for $220,000. And going away from the general fund, just one thing that I'm gonna get to fill the council is the transfer station aspect. In the past, we brought this up with council, and it was rejected in the past. So now we wanna bring it back to council at budget time.
What is it?
Transfer station for sanitation.
Where, which one are we talking
So
about?
we're looking at 12th Street. You got the layout, Jim? So we brought it to council in the past and said this is where we'd like to put it on the 12th Street location. We had a spot picked out. We had cost estimates put into it. So we're looking to bring that back to council. So basically, the city controls its own destiny with our sanitation product, because right now we take it to a transfer station in Groveland. If something happens to that transfer station, that means we gotta go over to Sumter County. It changes our whole operation.
And this, that is, I've always supported the transfer station here, doing our own transfer.
How much would that cost, do you think?
We've got $4 million
And
is what we've got in here. Rough budget, very rough budget.
Go ahead, keep in mind, with our transfer station, I would like to see that happen anyway, because we can, as Stoney said, we can, do our own, we won't have to keep running the growth, and it help us reduce the cost. And of course, I don't know what Mr. Ben Wagner is, but I think we've been supposed to have a conversation with Grove and a couple other cities about, us doing their trash collection as well.
Yeah, we have reached out to all of those cities, and we were in contact with some of them. Some of them haven't responded yet, but we're following up this week. But some of the cities have responded, just not all of them.
Okay, so,
But
I
it is
think
still ongoing discussion, yes, sir.
kind of like trying to make us a district transfer collectors, and everybody, all the other cities having trouble. We're the only city around that does our own collection, okay? And all the rest of them having a lot of problems with contractors and everything, and they're looking at us to try to just take over all of it for them. So we have our own transfer station, along with our lines. I think if Mr. Stoney don't mind, maybe take a look at, we considering getting rid of recycle as well. Recyclers is starting to cost us as much money. We're paying twice as much to get rid of recycle, and it's not being recycled. I think the last cost I got on recycle was $125.
Yeah, but it's, what's the new rate, Jim? It was 125.
$135 for recycle that's not being recycled, and we're paying regular beverage is around $70 a ton. Last I got. What's the rate?
72, what did it go up? Well, I know it went up, was 72, 70.
So why are we paying all this extra for recycle when it's all just being dumped together?
No.
So nothing else, Tony?
Well, I've got plenty, but that's.
Okay.
I mean, we can go into water and sewer. We got $6 million for that, for the water plants, which y'all are aware of, south and north, we're working on now. You're gonna see the grant come in front of you, announced next council meeting. You're gonna see a piece of property that we found on Old Highway 50 for $1.1 million, but we got $1 million grant for that. So that's where we're at, which is good.
So I want to understand, because then I got lost in who was presenting what your needs are. Are you limiting your need request to 27, or are we looking at the next 5 to 10 years?
Right now, what I've got is, I've got this current year coming up budget that we're gonna put in there that you're gonna see.
Okay, so the items that you went over are the items for this fiscal year 27 that you're anticipating?
Yeah, correct.
So we're not looking at the water plants at Wellness Way or Verde Ridge for 27?
I have them in here, yes. You will see that based on that, yes.
Okay, and so you talked about general fund and then infrastructure fund and then grants, obviously.
Yeah, and then you have the enterprise funds.
Okay, and so the plant, the transfer station, is that
Sanitation.
fund? I'm interested in council's take on this. Anytime we talk about something regional from a government operation, there's a couple factors. One is, whenever we take real estate out of our taxable millage market, that costs us ongoing dollars beyond just operational expenses. So we have to keep that in mind when we dedicate land, especially if the land is for other cities' use. So that's something I want to always be mindful of, because we talked about fire, we've talked about police, now we're talking about sanitation. And if we're effectively providing the infrastructure and basic government services for South Lake region, I would like to see participation from the county or from those other cities in our dedication of that. If it's for our own internal use, it's a different conversation. But when we start having to provide a service, and I'm not opposed to providing the service on a regional level, I think that the participants in that should be paying their fair share of the cost, not our citizens subsidizing the cost, which includes the loss of taxable revenue. So that's where I stand on that. So in these conversations, I would like to hear, one, all of your opinions on it, but also what the county and the other cities are proposing to contribute to these projects when they come up. So starting with how all of us feel about it, when we start talking about regional parks, am I the outlier? Am I in the majority on this?
Is that, I'm confused. Can I ask Mr. Mathis and Mr. Van Wagner a question? Are we actually going over budget priorities, or are we getting into like the weeds?
Yeah, we're trying to stay out of the weeds.
Because I feel like we're getting into the weeds.
Yeah.
And
The weeds will come in
we're
May.
not even allowing staff to just present the question that the city manager, deputy city manager is asking. And so I have questions. I've had questions for every single department that's talked, but I thought we were giving folks the opportunity to present their priorities,
And
so
I
that
thought-
then we turn back over.
I
and
requested this meeting so that we could give our priorities. This is staff.
I think we have an
dedicated
opportunity
determining
to
what
do
the
that.
priorities
I think
are.
we have an opportunity to do that
We'll see.
after we listen to
We'll see.
what our staff have to say to us. I think it's fair to give them that opportunity to
Well,
present
this
to
was so
us.
that we could identify what our priorities are, so staff would get to work, because we have another
Yes.
workshop, and then we have multiple
Yeah.
workshops in the summer.
Absolutely, it's for both.
Right now, it's feeling like this is
Well,
what we're
it's for
supposed
both.
to take as our priorities.
Staff is just giving you just a quick, this is the things that we're gonna be asking for, because the main part of this is that we wanna hear from council. We want council to have plenty of time to give us your priorities, your programs. We just want to give you, and again, we are getting too much into the weeds. We just want to throw this out so it's on your mind. So there's a sticky note that says, hey, look, these are some of the things that we're going to be asking for as well, in addition to what you're asking for. Kurt, do you have anything?
Just wait until you're done.
I do not, no, mine's
Okay.
easy. I'm
Nathan?
good.
Yeah, just based upon the meetings we've had, and recognizing the transition to a different economic engine that we're going to have to jump on over the next 5 to 10 years, and dealing with the ongoing challenges of traffic, I would say that the best return on investment is going to be in enhancing what I could sort of call the shaded mobility network. Right now, you've got Shane is the consultant that's been working on the overall big master plan for the trail system. But I think that's going to be something that it's sort of like when's the best time to plant a tree 20 years ago? When's the next best time today? It's one of those long incremental things that you do as opposed to just at once. But I think an investment in that's going to pay more dividends for our city than almost anything else.
So more enhanced trails and shaded trails.
Well, they get connected more than anything
Right.
else. A lot of people are like, well, they want to avoid getting on 50 and 27, which would be great if they could avoid it, because if they get on it, they're traffic, right? But if they can avoid it, they can avoid it by, whether they're going to be riding bikes and golf carts, whatever it may be. If that would be, it would not only be quality of life enhancement for a lot of the residents that we're hearing from, but it would also be a big marketing thing for the city as a whole. And it would also dovetail, I think, into what that economic engine should be.
Okay. Or do you have anything?
Just real quick, the mayor and I have been talking about some traffic-related things that we need to solve, and we've been talking about Citrus Tower Boulevard and Highway 50. So that's something we're actively in discussions right now The hope is to have the county fund that, but there may be some infrastructure costs with that, like we experienced on Hartwood Marsh. Also, Hancock Road in 50 is something we've been talking about and we're working on. And then there is a system that Seminole County is running their traffic system on that has increased efficiency 30%. And so I'm working with Darren Gray's staff to identify and understand that better. And Mr. Parks believes, he said, that they have $2 million that they may be able to give towards that project. So there may be some costs associated with that, but the biggest win they were telling me was that this impacts emergency services being able to control the lights. That's the biggest win, but it could be, that's just some additional things that we're working on that could have a cost associated with it for traffic. And I know Tracy is not here, and Nicole was prepared, hopefully, to share some things she wanted to see in her department too. So thanks.
Chief. Yes, sir. So the approach we took were items that we foresee as projects we're going to need within the next 5 years. So year one I put as the West Side substation. There's been a huge public outcry to have a bigger presence out here on the west side. We've identified a location by the boat ramp. I spoke to Mr. Mathis about this, possibly approaching the lumberyard district and seeing if they're willing to do a retail space in there where we could have a substation or a presence in there. So that was one. These are just suggestions. These aren't written in stone by any means. At some point within the next 5 years, we will have to replace our rescue vehicle. It's 20 years old. The repair and maintenance that Stoney's crew does for us is great, but it's getting a little long in the tooth. I think as we begin to fill in, if we fill in on the east side of town, there will be a need for an east side substation. Right now, we partner with the Lake County Sheriff's Office, and that's working out really well when the substation is fully functional. So I think it makes sense to have a contingency plan as to when the south sub Lake County station is not fully functional, what can the Clermont residents fall back on. Further down the road is a real-time information center or a real-time crime center. And then I think as Olympus fills in, I think there's an opportunity for police and fire to collaborate and get in a mobile command vehicle that would suit the needs of police and fire. Down in the downtown district, there's plenty of room for us to do command centers and that here. I think as we get down to Olympus, we'll have Station 5, we'll have a meeting room, but we'll need something when you're running two large events, completely different geographical sites. So those are the few things that we have foreseeable, and the Bearcat and the command vehicle could be purchased with impact fees, no impact on general fund.
My stuff's going to be a little higher level. I wasn't looking to go too much into detail today. What we did is we went through the goals and objectives that are related to the strategic plan that we just presented to council, and we focused on three main areas that we would like to begin working on. Actually, some of those we're already working on, but we'd like to continue those efforts into next year. The first one that we've identified is further development of the training center. We've got some funding dedicated right now to taking care of some things. We've got an ask in from the state, but we're also going to be looking to do additional things out there next year when we come into the budget process. Another one of our items that we're looking at is station construction as well as station renovations. Next year, we are going to be recommending that we move forward with Fire Station 5, the permanent location. We'd also like to begin renovating our current stations. The one we'd be looking at next year would be Fire Station 3 for the renovation on it. And we may be looking at options for getting Station 6 open. I know Stoney's working on some land. We might be able to get a quick and easy station up and operating there, and we're keeping an eye out for the SAFER grant to see if that's something we want to pursue when that cycle becomes available. And I'm having a hard time with my thoughts today. The third area that we're looking to get into next year, I can't do that.
Just to come back to you.
Yeah, keep your hands up.
Okay. All right. As far as my is more of a want than a need, but we've been talking with each council member early on about a 311 center. a one-stop information center for everything, all customer service related. So that would probably be about 2 to 3 years down the road if we get started on that, because it involves bringing on some AI technology as well as maybe one more staff member and just building the design center, or not the design center, but the 311 center. Freddie, do you have anything? No? Sean? I already asked Nicole and she said no, as did IT.
Wayne.
Wayne said no also. I already asked him as well. I didn't want to skip him this time. So now we'll open it up to council. We know over the next 5 years you have a lot of projects that you want to get done or a lot of programs that you want to see implemented. So we'll let you throw out everything you want. We're going to write it on the board, and then we will we'll give you guys the sticky notes to kind of rank them in order of how you want, and then we'll see how it all shakes out by next council meeting. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I apologize. I couldn't get out of my own head there for a minute.
Thank you.
The last priority we have is transport services. That's something we are continuing to work on. And even though there has been some forward movement with the county, we believe that there's more work to be done to get the service level to a point to where it's properly serving our citizens.
Thank you for catching that. All right. Here comes the loud noise. All right, so who wants to start? You want to start? Yeah? Okay. As many as you want.
Okay.
This is your wish list for the next 5 years.
Okay. I would like a library, EMS transport, the completion of Meet Us in the Middle. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm talking too fast. Sorry, I'm sorry. I would like us to have a financial literacy and funding to help our young adults to get funding to buy their first home. I think that's everything on there. Let me see. Yes, that's all.
No. Yeah, I have a feeling there's a lot more coming.
Ain't that much.
I think I would vote for the next 5 years. I hope we can have EMS or transport service in place in all firehouses. Also with DPZ, I know at our last meeting we talked about extending our golf cart ordinance. And I think what we have to do is try to think ahead and, make it, have golf cart paths, things like that. So we have to create infrastructure to promote that. And, by doing that, we can develop more of a multimodal type of transport system for the city, eliminating cars and getting bikes, golf carts, and pedestrians walking. Thank you.
That's all you have for wish list for 5 minutes? All right. Mr. Mayor?
Oh, well, pretty much, Meet Us in the Middle, one of the top ones on my list. Of course, the library, we need to really look at getting the library back here in the city. I know some people are saying we don't need a library, but I think every city needs a library, okay? So we need to look at that. Golf cart pass, okay, we already working on that. Mentioned the community center earlier, and let me make you understand that this is not a community center for Lincoln Park. We just happen to be looking in that area because we think it's the center of town, and at one time we had land available in that area. And Lincoln Park to me was just the area of town that right now with our public transportation system, it works out real well and everything in the Lincoln Park area. And of course, besides that, for walkability and everything, over 65% of the kids used to live in that within a 2-mile radius of that, so it make it very walkable, which is one of the problems we have with our facility up on Highway 20 South, Highway 27. Another big project I would like to see happen yesterday was a fountain in East Lake. Okay, East Lake is there on Pitt Street. It was a historical value to me and a lot of the people out there in the neighborhood because they used to be our swimming hole. Okay, and everything. So for historical and everything, the people are coming to me want to see a fountain out there. So those are some of I would like to see done within the next year or two. I think we've been working on the fountain before, right?
Oh, wow.
So related to the comprehensive plan, I would like to see a completion of the comprehensive plan so that it includes public parks or access to nature for every resident in Clermont within a 5-minute walk or safe bike ride. I would like to see our water and sewer maintained at the current high standards that we have as the cleanest water in Central Florida. I would like to see a 6-minute response time for every citizen in Florida to emergency medical response. I'd like Clermont to be identified in the top 10 of Florida's safest cities. I want us to be anti-fragile, which means that when threats come in, we actually respond in a way that makes us stronger. That relates to millage in the context of lowering millage so we no longer have a threat of our reduction in property taxes hanging over us. So we need to learn how to operate outside of increasing millage on our citizens. And we need to reduce the cost of the health care for our employees. And I say health care because there's the cost side and there's also the service that we're getting. If we don't reduce the cost per person of health care, we will be forced to raise the millage. That's the single highest threat to our bottom line is the cost of health care for our employees and their families. We need to fix that, and I'd like to fix it in a way that actually provides care to our employees and their families, not just insurance. Those are my priorities. Yes, I'd like us to be anti-fragile to the threats against the city, which include Tallahassee threatening reducing property taxes, so that when that happens, we're the strongest city in Florida financially.
Thank you. I think there's been some projects that I won't reiterate. I'll just bring up some things we haven't talked about potentially. One is walkability and sidewalks. I'd love to see a plan for a completion where we have no dead ends to sidewalks and plans on where we can add new sidewalks and timelines and costs associated with that infrastructure improvement and modality improvement. One thing I've heard a lot in the pre-workshops is streetlights and the ability to have them in all sectors of our city, to have them fully functioning at all times in all sectors of our city, and to potentially increase the presence of them in all sectors in our community. And then another 5-year plan would just be communications and engagement strategies in ways that we can adapt with how information is shared more quickly, more flexibly, to make sure that we are engaging the diversity of our residents, meaning there are some who will still use paper, there are some that will still use what I'll call now traditional kind of social medias that have been in existence for a while, but also new methods of social media and connections and interactions, to even just some things that are kind of more old school, like newsletters and community workshops. I think, last night, if I counted correctly on the Teams meeting we had, there was at one point I think like 65 participants, and the other in-person ones, adding them all up and giving an average, we probably had 50 people on average if you added them all up or more at these sessions, which tells me that folks are willing to engage in what we call some old school ways to talk about their community. And is there ways for us to capture that and do more of that to engage our residents And I would tie into that then as we grow, as we advance, as we change, as we adapt, what are we doing to engage our citizens in their government? And what I mean by that is through advisory boards and committees and commissions that allow for more citizen participation and tapping into the expertise, whether it's a parks advisory or a finance advisory or I think folks have even a board of appeals that would handle certain things that would eliminate the need for that to come to council, or for all of those things to come to council, to allow for us to tap into the expertise levels of our residents that we're not currently doing, to engage them. Because I do think that we have a lot of folks who want to be more actively engaged and involved, and we just need to perhaps provide some means for that, for them to do that.
Okay, anybody else want to add anything? Any other
I would
council
just
members?
say to Mr. Bain, get with Stoney on your sidewalks. I think we got a.
Well, I was gonna bring it up. We do have a map. We have it mapped out.
Yep.
One of our challenges in the past.
Yeah, and I think that's part of where I'm going with the 5-year plan is I would like for us to be able to put into place and even bring to a council for approval a plan. And it's up to each council to approve a budget. And so that funding is relative to each budget cycle. But if there was something that wasn't just in concept, but more actually in writing that council members had, that was on the website, that HOAs that we shared with the HOAs of those neighborhoods that said, hey, we know your neighborhood doesn't have adequate sidewalks or has some dead-end sidewalks, and we have a plan, and you need to help hold us accountable for that. And allowing for things like that I think would enhance what we currently have, and also bring it to our attention as council members to remind us, because we do get a lot thrown at us at various points. There's a hot item that comes up that we get all the attention on, and sometimes it's really easy to have very good intentions to keep sidewalks at the forefront of your mind, but then those other 20 things come at you, and unfortunately the sidewalks kind of like keep filtering down a little bit. And we need to make sure that we have ways that bring that back to us, to our forefront, to our center of attention, so that we don't lose that sight or focus on that.
So one of the requests I've had, and I've talked to Ms. Strange about this too, is we do have the map. So we have all the deficiencies, most everything is west of 27. So all the new subdivisions, that sidewalk, both sides of the
Yeah.
code. So what I've asked Ms. Strange in the past is, who's more important? So we know the deficient areas, but where do you start? We can put the map together, but that's where I'm gonna need the input of council and say, we just got an email this past week that's the second one I got about putting it off the center.
Yeah.
Seminole, right?
Yeah.
There's no sidewalks over there.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it, but then if you go over towards the Lincoln Park area, there's deficiencies all over there, there's deficiencies around here.
Absolutely.
So we'll put it together, but I'll need the input from council, if that's all right, that says, hey, start here and here.
And I think that's where we have in my thought, we have a good start with our capital improvements plan and budget and process. And if we have a living, breathing capital improvements plan that plans out, granted we can't tie future council to these decisions, but if we put in there, hey, in 2028, we've identified these areas as ongoing, meaning these are streets that currently exist that either have dead-end sidewalks or no sidewalks, but also just have it in place that all new always get the sidewalks, that we make it a requirement in those, would allow for us to constantly build upon that program of like a capital improvements to have that as a part of the conversation, and always pull that out. Because it does change. Living and breathing has to mean that it does change, and it changes based off priorities and needs, or natural disasters that wipe things out that require us to put funding in a particular area.
And I do have one more question. The lights, it's been brought up in the past. So the city, we have a map of the entire city. So we have all of our street lights that we either rent or we own. So 95% of the complaints that I get are on county roads. And because every one of our roads have street streetlights. You know, all these in downtown, the city, these are all of ours and we maintain all these. But all the other roads, they're rentals, either from Duke or Seacoast. So it'd be nice if you can, you know, if that information that you got, is it county roads, state roads? Because we did do a program with the DOT 4 years ago, Lee. We went through at all the intersections and put in streetlights there too.
So most of the lights other, I know I've talked about lights, but I think Mr. Van Wagner and them working on the ones I complained, those are the ones that we owned. Well, Duke put them in, but they just took them out for us. I just don't like the fact we're not paying the ones other ones. That mainly is the problem is the county, like Hook Street is the county. Excalibur is the county, and of course that's one of the biggest complaints right now because we got kids walking to school in the dark out here on Excalibur, so we really need to get that taken care of. So our lights are pretty good. As for the sidewalks, we did that plan, but it does need updating every time now. But the biggest problem with our sidewalks, I didn't realize sidewalks would be so expensive. And then another problem we're running in with the sidewalks is I'm finding some residents don't want the sidewalks in their neighborhood. Okay? I tasked Public Works a couple of years ago when they got ready to open up Cole Academy over there to make sure there was sidewalks on every street leading to the school or going towards the school. And some of the neighbors came back and complained and said they didn't want sidewalks like over Prince Edward and a couple other streets down there. They didn't want us to put sidewalks on. Distance Avenue is one of that's really my target right now because we have so many kids walking down and it doesn't have sidewalk, and the traffic and the speed of the cars going down that road is tremendous. And then getting around the lake as well. But the cost is tremendous. But we need to update our plan for that. We put that in place a few years ago, and we need to keep it updated. Right. Okay. Thank you.
Any other additions? Not that this is your last chance, because obviously we have a long process. Okay, so each one of the council members has sticky notes in front of them. And we're not gonna rank them, but if you just wanna take 5 of those sticky notes and put them on the top 5 that you think are the most important on there, and then we'll compile the list, and by next council meeting, we'll prepare a little report about how everything shook out. Yeah, absolutely. Feel free.
Okay, I know you own it. I know it's expensive. You don't have the market. But I just. I'm gonna put it in there. I've been telling you to do it anyway.
I heard that, so I just wanted the mayor to know. Okay, great. So this is good? Yeah, you're good. This is what I mean. I want to deliver it to him. So we'll just stand in the center. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. That's great. Let's talk.
Right, yeah, we're just putting sticky notes, not even numbers.
a really interesting idea. Real.
Question I had. I don't know what happened, man. I'm blind. Never do that. You never do that. I was worried about you. I got my mental chalkboard in my head.
Your face turned red too, and I was like, you okay?
I just lost it for a minute. This property, it still says we own that property off the next hook.
See the wetlands in here? I mean, could we look at it and have an engineer go out and say, hey, yeah, you could do this, or what you could put in there? I don't know.
I know there's like 45 acres. I think they're showing that 28 of it you can do something with. I don't know where the wetlands are in that.
Yeah, that's a real wet.
Response time, no, have that already. 6-minute response time. Down south? Nowhere.
Part of that 27 thing. Okay. Yeah, it sounds like you want to move on. That's it. Just thank everybody for coming.
Okay. Should I? Good afternoon, everyone. Can I have you? Is it on? Is it on? Okay. Could I have it's not on. What is that? Oh, did he mute him? Did he mute him? Oh, he muted him.
Oh, yeah. This is not working.
Is this not working? Thank you. Okay, no? Can you hear me? No, you can't hear me? The green button is on. Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me? No. They're not working. This is comedy.
Testing. It comes and goes.
It does. Is this one working? Okay, wait a minute now. I know, we need to get better microphones. Is yours working, Brian?
Test. Barely. Can you hear it a little bit? Yeah.
Not here. She said you can hear it outside the room, but not in here. Can we hear? Oh, this is crazy.
Something like that.
This is crazy. That's what I'm about to do, yeah. Excuse me. Can I have everyone's attention? Okay. If no one had anything else, we wanted to conclude the meeting so they can get ready to get the change out. Is there any other comments that we need to make? And if so, you can make them brief. No? Okay, well, our meeting is adjourned then. Thank you all for coming.